welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you enjoy relaxing with these videos, so I recommend turning down the volume until my voice is barely audible. It'll make the experience even more soothing. Before you close your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Thank you and enjoy listening. Story 1, it started with small things, my shadow stretching longer than it should, moving slightly out of sync with my steps. I ignored it at first tricks of the light, I told myself, but tonight, as I passed the hallway mirror, I stopped cold. My reflection was normal, but my shadow wasn't mine. It was taller, watching, waiting. I blinked hard, shaking my head. When I looked again, everything appeared normal. My shadow matched my movements perfectly once more. I exhaled slowly, my breath fogging the mirror's surface just slightly. Perhaps I needed more sleep. The mind plays tricks when exhausted. That night I dreamed of darkness taking shape, not formless but intentional, fingers stretching across walls, reaching. I woke with a start, heart pounding against my ribs. The bedroom was quiet, peaceful even. Moonlight streamed through the blinds, casting familiar striped patterns across my bed, yet something felt wrong. The shadows between those stripes seemed deeper than they should be. I switched on my bedside lamp. The shadows retreated to their proper corners. Everything looked normal now. I told myself it was just another dream lingering in my waking mind. But in the morning, while brushing my teeth, I noticed it again. My movements in the bathroom mirror were crisp and clear, but the dark silhouette behind me seemed to hesitate, completing my gestures a fraction of a second too late. When I turned suddenly, everything snapped back into place. I began documenting these occurrences in a small notebook. The first entry was tentative, almost embarrassed. Day 1, shadow delayed by approximately half a second when I raised my arm. No one else would notice. Am I imagining this? By the end of the week, my notes had grown more detailed. Day 7, shadow extends toward the kitchen when I'm still in the living room, retracts when I look directly at it. Smell of burnt matches in the air afterward. I tried filming myself, setting up my phone to record as I moved around my apartment. The footage showed nothing unusual. My shadow behaved exactly as it should, following my movements perfectly. Yet when I wasn't looking for it, when I caught glimpses from the corner of my eye, I could swear it was different, wrong. The walls in my bedroom began to feel strange. When I pressed my palm against them at night, a subtle vibration hummed beneath the paint, not mechanical like pipes or wiring, but organic, pulsing. I started sleeping in the living room. I researched shadow phenomena online, finding nothing but physics explanations and folklore that didn't match what I was experiencing. I considered seeing a doctor, but what would I say? My shadow is becoming autonomous. They'd prescribe antipsychotics before I finished speaking. So I began an experiment. I set up lamps around my apartment, eliminating as many shadows as possible. For 2 days, I lived in blinding brightness. My eyes ached, but I felt safer. Then the bulbs began to dim, not all at once and not in any logical sequence. A corner here, a hallway there, darkness creeping back despite fresh bulbs and checked wiring. When I listened closely in those darkened spots, I could hear something like whispering, not words exactly, but the cadence of speech. I recorded it on my phone. When played back, the audio contained a low hum punctuated by what sounded like fingernails tapping on glass. I stopped sleeping normally. Instead, I took short naps with my back against the wall, lights on, never fully surrendering to unconsciousness. During one such half-sleep, I felt something cold brush against my cheek. I jerked awake to find nothing there, but the mirror across the room showed a dark handprint fading from my skin. In my notebook, I wrote, "Day 16, it touched me, I felt it. The shadow was gaining substance." I began carrying a flashlight everywhere, flicking it toward any darkness that seemed wrong. This worked briefly, until the day my reflection in the kitchen window looked back at me after I had turned away. Just a glimpse, but unmistakable. My own face, smiling when I wasn't. The whispering grew louder. At first it seemed to come from corners of rooms, but soon it followed me. A constant murmur just below the threshold of comprehension. I started recording everything, filling my phone's storage with audio files that captured the sounds. When I reviewed them with headphones, buried beneath static and home noises, I could almost make out words. "Let me in, so close now, becoming." I sealed all the mirrors in my apartment with sheets taped over reflective surfaces, even the microwave door and television screen. It helped for a while. The whispering receded. The vibrations in the walls stopped. I began to think perhaps I had been experiencing some kind of breakdown. Then I noticed my shadow on the floor stark against the white tiles in my kitchen, rippling like the surface of disturbed water. I stomped on it, kicked at it, tried to disrupt whatever connection existed between us. The shadow rippled faster, then grew completely still. Too still. It no longer moved when I did. It remained fixed to the floor while I paced frantically around it. That's when the smell came, burnt matches mixed with something sweet and rotting. The shadow began to rise from the floor, peeling upward like black paper curling in heat. It retained my silhouette but stretched taller, wider, its edges blurring and sharpening randomly as it took form. I ran through my apartment, out the door into the street, but outside was worse. Multiple light sources meant multiple shadows, and none of them were behaving correctly. Some stretched toward me instead of away. Others moved between streetlights without a corresponding movement from me. People passed by oblivious. Could they not see what was happening? I grabbed a woman's arm, trying to make her understand, pointing wildly at the ground. She pulled away, hurrying off with concerned glances over her shoulder. I returned to my apartment, defeated. If this was madness, at least I could face it privately. The shadow was waiting for me, now fully three-dimensional. A dark figure standing in my living room, wearing my shape but wrong in subtle ways. Too angular, fingers too long. Its edges seemed to drink in the surrounding light. "What do you want?" I asked it. The shadow tilted what passed for its head. From it came that whispering sound, now clearly words. "To where you better." I switched on every light, but the shadow remained solid. It took a step toward me. I retreated until my back hit the wall. The shadow stretched out one long, dark hand. Desperate, I smashed the nearest lamp. In the brief flash as the bulb died, I saw the shadow flinch. Understanding came suddenly. Not light, but the transition from light to darkness. The moment of change that was its weakness. I ran through the apartment, switching lights on and off rapidly. The shadow writhed with each change, its form destabilizing. I reached the breaker box and placed my hand on the main switch. The shadow realized my intent and lunged forward. Darkness flooded the apartment as I cut the power. Then, using the flashlight, I created a strobing effect. On off, on off. The shadow creature thrashed, its edges dispersing like smoke in wind with each flash. It retreated to a corner, seeming to shrink. I pursued it, maintaining the strobing light. The shadow twisted in on itself, compressing. For a moment I thought I had won. Then the flashlight died. In the perfect darkness that followed, I felt something cold press against my skin, not touching it, merging with it. The shadow was seeping into me through my pores. I screamed, but the sound was muffled as if coming from underwater. I clawed at my arms, my face, trying to rip the darkness away, but it continued flowing into me. A sudden sharp pain pierced my chest. The world spun. I fell to my knees, then collapsed completely. When I awoke, everything seemed normal. Sunlight streamed through my windows. I felt refreshed, better than I had in weeks. Had it all been some elaborate nightmare? I went to the bathroom and splashed water on my face. In the mirror, my reflection smiled at me. I wasn't smiling. I raised my hand to touch my face. In the mirror, my hand remained at my side. "No," I whispered. My reflection's smile widened. "Yes," it mouthed silently. "I'm writing this now as a warning. My body moves through the world, but I'm not the one controlling it. I exist now only as a shadow, watching as something else lives my life, wears my skin, speaks with my voice. People don't notice the difference. Sometimes in reflective surfaces, I can see myself, the real me, trapped behind my eyes, pounding silently against the glass. My shadow self just smiles and continues its perfect mimicry of human behavior. I've tried to fight back to reclaim what's mine. During brief moments, I can exert small influences. A tremor in a hand, a word misspoken, but these rebellions grow weaker. The notebook where I documented everything is gone, the recordings erased. No evidence remains of what happened to me. At night, though, when my body sleeps, I feel most conscious, most alive. I drift around the edges of my apartment, a weightless silhouette. And I notice something troubling my shadow. The one now controlling my body casts its own shadow sometimes, and that shadow doesn't always move in sync. It's beginning to notice, just as I did. Soon, the cycle will repeat. If you see someone whose shadow behaves strangely, don't ignore it. Don't rationalize it away, and whatever you do, never let it touch you. Because I'm still here, watching from the darkness, waiting, learning, growing stronger. And I need a way back in. Story 2. The wooden fence behind my house was old, its slats cracked and warped. Beyond it was nothing but forest, or at least that's what I thought. Last night, as I took out the trash, I saw a hand, thin and pale, reaching through one of the gaps. It didn't grab or move. Just rested there, fingers twitching slightly, as if waiting for me to take it. I froze, garbage bag dangling from my fingers. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at those pale digits jutting through the weathered wood. The fingers were unnaturally long, the nails neat and clean, not what you'd expect from someone living rough in the woods. I should have gone inside immediately. Any rational person would have. Instead, I found myself stepping closer, drawn by a curiosity I couldn't explain. The hand remained motionless except for those subtle twitches. No voice called out, no face peered through the gaps. "Hello," I whispered, immediately regretting breaking the silence. The fingers stopped moving, then curled inward, beckoning. I retreated to my house, locking the door behind me. Sleep evaded me that night. I lay awake, watching shadows crawl across my ceiling, convinced I could hear faint scratching against the fence outside. Morning brought clarity and sunshine. I convinced myself I'd imagined it all, or perhaps a hiker had gotten lost and was seeking help in an odd way. I examined the fence in daylight, finding nothing but the same weathered wood that had stood there for years. No footprints marked the soft earth on either side. No broken branches indicated anyone had passed through the dense undergrowth beyond. I took photographs of the fence, documenting each slat, each gap. I needed evidence that nothing was amiss, that my mind wasn't playing tricks on me. The rational part of my brain suggested installing security cameras, but something deeper whispered that capturing whatever this was on film might make it more real, not less. That evening the scratching returned, soft at first, then more insistent. I sat in my darkened kitchen, recorder app open on my phone, capturing the sound. When I played it back, the scratching was there, but beneath it was something else, a soft, rhythmic whispering, words just below the threshold of comprehension. I convinced myself to look. Standing at my back door, I flicked on the porch light. The illumination cast long shadows across my small yard, turning familiar shapes strange. The scratching stopped instantly. Then between two slats, those fingers appeared again. This time a second hand joined the first, both pressed flat against the wood as if testing its strength. The fence creaked. I documented everything in a notebook. The times, the sounds, the way my skin prickled when those hands appeared. My handwriting grew increasingly erratic with each entry. The rational explanations I'd initially recorded gave way to wilder theories. Pages filled with sketches of those hands, each drawing more detailed than the last. The next day I hammered additional boards across the fence. The wood felt oddly warm beneath my hands, despite the cool air. Several times I paused, certain something on the other side was mirroring my movements. Night fell, rain pattered against my windows, distorting the view outside. I sat in silence, listening. No scratching came. Perhaps my reinforcements had worked. Sleep finally claimed me, deep and dreamless. I awoke to stillness. The rain had stopped, leaving everything draped in a heavy silence. My bedroom felt different. The air hung thick and close. My eyes adjusted to the darkness, tracing the familiar outlines of furniture. Then I noticed it, a dampness on my bedroom floor. Water had pooled in a thin line, stretching from my window to my bed. I followed the trail with my gaze, heart pounding. Beneath my bed, something moved. Seconds stretched into eternity as I lay paralyzed, unable to look away from the darkness beneath my bed frame. Slowly, inch by inch, fingers emerged. The same pale, elongated fingers I'd seen through the fence. They pressed flat against my floorboards, then curled, dragging forward what should have been an arm, a body. Instead, there was only a hand, a disembodied hand, impossibly moving on its own, dragging itself toward me with terrible purpose. I screamed then, finding my voice and my mobility in one rush of terror. I leapt from the bed, backing against the wall as the hand scuttled across my floor like some grotesque spider. It stopped, fingers splayed, it seemed to sense my presence. Then it turned toward me, middle finger tapping against the wood in a deliberate rhythm. I fled my room, slamming the door behind me. My breath came in ragged gasps as I pressed my back against the hallway wall. From inside my bedroom came a soft thump, then another, the sound of something striking my door from the bottom. I spent the remainder of the night huddled in my car, doors locked, jumping at every shadow. When dawn broke, I forced myself to return inside, armed with nothing but a kitchen knife and fading courage. My bedroom door stood open. Inside, everything appeared normal. No hand, no water, nothing amiss except for shallow scratches on the hardwood floor leading from beneath my bed to my door. I began setting traps, lines of salt across thresholds, bells on strings, motion-activated cameras in every corner, my notebook filled with observations, diagrams, and increasingly desperate theories. I recorded everything, hoping to find patterns that might explain what was happening. The hands returned nightly now, not just at the fence, but inside my home. They emerged from drains, from heating vents, from the narrow gap beneath my refrigerator, always in pairs, always searching, fingers tapping out that same rhythm against surfaces. I began to recognize it as Morse code, though I couldn't decipher the message. Sleep became a luxury I couldn't afford. When exhaustion finally claimed me, I'd wake to find objects moved, arranged in patterns across my floors and tabletops. My own possessions formed complex symbols I didn't understand but somehow recognized, as if from a half-forgotten dream. The photographs I took developed strangely, showing not hands but elongated shadows where the appendages should be. My audio recordings captured not tapping but whispers, growing clearer with each night. A voice speaking words that seemed to bypass my ears and resonate directly in my mind. "Let me in," it seemed to say. "Let me become." I boarded up my windows. I stuffed towels beneath doors. I left no space wider than a finger breadth. Still they found ways in, those questing, patient hands. Last night I tried a different approach. When the first hand appeared, pushing through a gap in my bathroom cabinet I'd overlooked, I didn't run. I watched as it explored, fingers brushing against my toiletries, testing textures. "What do you want?" I asked, voice barely audible. The hand went still, then with deliberate slowness it turned palm up, an offering, an invitation. Against every instinct screaming within me, I extended my own hand. Hovering inches above those pale fingers, I felt a cold so intense it burned. My reflection in the mirror showed not fear but fascination, my eyes wide and glittering with an emotion I couldn't name. Our fingers touched. Reality shattered. For a single eternal moment, I existed everywhere at once. I saw through countless eyes, felt with numberless hands. I witnessed spaces between spaces, realms pressed against our own like pages in a book. And in those realms moved beings of impossible geometry, their forms constantly shifting, constantly reaching. I pulled away, gasping. The hand withdrew into the cabinet, leaving nothing but a faint impression in the dust. This morning I examined my own hand in daylight. The fingers seem longer now. The nails, once bitten to the quick, have grown smooth and neat. When I press my palm against surfaces, I feel vibrations beneath currents flowing through seemingly solid matter. I understand now. The hands weren't trying to come through to our world. They were trying to bring me into theirs. My reflection looks wrong. My movements lag behind my intentions by fractions of seconds, as if something else is testing the controls. The fence in my backyard has begun to warp further, wood bending in impossible directions. I've started to hear tapping from inside my walls, from inside my skin. I'm writing this down because I need someone to understand what's happening, what will happen. The boundary between our world and whatever lies beyond has grown thin here. And now I'm the hand reaching through, fingers twitching, waiting for someone to notice. Someone to touch. Someone to become. If you find this account, if you're reading these words, then you've already gone too far. You've invited me in. And now perhaps you feel it, that light tapping beneath your feet, inside your walls, at the edges of your awareness. Well, that's me. I'm reaching through. Won't you take my hand? Story 3. The house had always creaked, settling into its age, but this was different. A faint, rhythmic scratching coming from beneath the floorboards. At first, I thought it was an animal, but as I pressed my ear to the wood, my stomach twisted. The scratching wasn't random, it was spelling something. I lived alone in this old home for 5 winters now. The wooden panels would moan with temperature changes, the pipes would knock against the walls, and occasionally small creatures would find their way into the attic. All normal noises that became the soundtrack of my solitude. I'd learned to distinguish between the ordinary and the concerning. This scratching began during a particularly cold night. I was wrapped in blankets, reading by lamplight when I first heard it subtle and persistent. Tap, scratch, scratch, pause, tap, tap, scratch, pause. At first, I dismissed it as a rodent, despite never having an infestation before. Yet something about the regularity disturbed me. When morning came, the sound had stopped. I convinced myself it was nothing, merely the house speaking its ancient language. But when darkness returned, so did the scratching, louder and more deliberate. I moved around the living room, following the sound until I located its origin directly beneath the antique rug my grandmother had left me. Pulling back the heavy fabric, I exposed the worn wooden planks. The scratching intensified as if whatever made it knew I was listening. I placed my palm against the wood. The floor felt unusually warm and seemed to vibrate slightly beneath my touch. Pressing my ear directly to the spot, I listened intently. The pattern repeated, short, long, long, short, short, long. My mind suddenly made the connection Morse code. H-E-L-P. My body went cold. I snatched my hand away as if burned. Surely my mind was playing tricks. I'd been working too much, sleeping too little. Psychological fatigue could explain this delusion. Yet curiosity overwhelmed my fear. I retrieved a notebook and pen, then returned to the spot. For an hour I transcribed the scratching, converting the patterns to letters. The message repeated endlessly. Help me, I am trapped. Sleep eluded me that night. I paced, questioned my sanity, searched online for logical explanations. The history of the house revealed nothing unusual, no tragic deaths, no mysterious disappearances, nothing to suggest what might lie beneath the floorboards. By morning, I resolved to investigate. The basement beneath that spot was unfinished, with a dirt floor and stone foundation. Armed with a flashlight and shovel, I descended the creaking stairs. The air felt thick, smelling of damp earth and something faintly metallic. The dirt beneath the scratching spot appeared undisturbed. I dug anyway, my shovel breaking through the compacted soil with unexpected ease. 3 feet down, I found nothing but more dirt. The scratching had to be something else, perhaps water pipes or electrical wiring vibrating against the wood. That night I sat on the floor, determined to record the sound. As darkness claimed the house, the scratching began again, right on cue. My recording device captured only static. I tried a different device with the same result. When I pressed my ear to the floor, however, the message continued, clear as spoken word. I know you can hear me. My heart raced. Something had changed. The message knew me now. I backed away from the spot, sweating despite the chill. The house suddenly felt foreign, as if the walls were watching me. The next day I invited a friend over. Without explaining why, I asked if she heard anything strange. She chatted happily, moving around the room, standing directly over the spot. She heard nothing. When I mentioned a scratching sound, she laughed and suggested mice. After she left, I questioned everything. Was I experiencing auditory hallucinations? Was stress manifesting as paranormal perception? I scheduled an appointment with my doctor, who found nothing physically wrong, but suggested I might be experiencing parasomnia behaviors during partial wakefulness that create false perceptions. That explanation satisfied me briefly. I decided to sleep in a different room, away from the scratching. For 2 nights I rested better, convinced the problem was internal, not external. Then I found the markings. While cleaning the bathroom mirror, I noticed something strange in my reflection. Faint red marks had appeared on my forearm, 3 parallel lines like scratches. I hadn't bumped into anything, hadn't felt any pain. Running my fingers over them, they felt slightly raised, warm to the touch. That night the scratching returned, but not beneath the living room floor. It came from directly under my bed. I leapt up, dragging the mattress aside. Nothing visible explained the sound, but the pattern had changed. Let me in. Fear gave way to anger. Whatever game my mind was playing needed to end. I grabbed a hammer from my toolbox and struck the floor where the sound originated. The wood splintered easily, too easily, as if it had been hollowed from beneath. As I pulled back moldy splinters, my flashlight revealed not the expected structural beams, but a small, empty cavity. Inside lay a leather-bound journal, its pages yellowed and brittle. The cover bore no name, no identifying marks. With trembling hands, I opened it. Inside, handwritten entries detailed experiences identical to mine, scratching sounds, messages in Morse code, mysterious marks appearing on skin. The final entry sent ice through my veins. I've decided to answer it, to let it in. Perhaps then I'll understand what lies beneath. If anyone finds this, know that I wasn't mad. The scratching was real, and now I'll know where it leads. The entry ended abruptly, followed by a dark brown stain that spread across the remainder of the page. That night, silence descended upon the house. No scratching disturbed the darkness. I sat awake, journal in hand, wondering about its previous owner. The house records showed only one prior resident, an elderly woman who supposedly moved away to live with family. No forwarding address existed. As dawn approached, exhaustion claimed me. I drifted into uneasy sleep, the journal clutched against my chest. Dreams came swiftly, dreams of dark spaces, of dirt filling my mouth, of scratching my fingers raw against wooden surfaces. I awoke with a gasp, sunlight streaming through the windows. Relief washed over me until I looked down at my hands, dirt packed beneath my fingernails, splinters embedded in my fingertips. Blood mixed with soil created a muddy paste on my skin. The journal lay open beside me, a new entry written in my handwriting. I understand now. Since then, the scratching has stopped completely. The house remains silent, peaceful even. The marks on my arm have faded, leaving only the faintest scars. The journal sits locked in a drawer, though sometimes I hear it whispering to me. I should leave this place, sell the house, escape whatever presence claimed the previous owner. But something holds me here, a growing curiosity about what truly lies beneath. Each night, I find myself pressing my ear to different parts of the floor, hoping to hear it again. My fingers trace patterns on the wood grain, tapping messages into the silence. Short, long, long, short, short, long. I realize now what frightens me most isn't the scratching returning. It's that I might be the one who starts it. Story 4, there had never been a fire here. The walls were intact, the ceilings unstained. but some nights the scent of smoke curled through the air, sharp, acrid, clinging to my clothes. It was strongest in the guest room. And last night, as I opened the closet, I swear I saw something flicker inside, like an ember that refused to go out. I stood motionless before the open closet door, my hand frozen on the wooden knob. The flicker had vanished, but the smell intensified, a burning that wasn't wood or leaves or paper, but something else, something wrong. My fingers traced the closet's interior walls, finding them cool and solid, yet the scent remained, coiling around me like an invisible serpent. That night I couldn't sleep. The smoke smell had faded, but left a question burning in my mind. I'd owned this house for nearly a season now, inheriting it from a distant relative I'd never met. The property records showed no history of fire, no insurance claims for smoke damage, nothing to explain what my senses were telling me. In the morning light, the closet looked ordinary, just empty hangers and a bare wooden floor. I knelt down, pressing my palms against the boards, feeling for warmth, for anything unusual. The wood grain felt slightly different in one corner, rougher somehow. I leaned closer, inhaling deeply, and there it was again, faint but unmistakable. I began keeping a journal. Each entry documented when the smell appeared, how strong it was, what I was doing at the time. Patterns emerged slowly. The smoke was strongest during quiet moments, when rain tapped against the windows, when the house settled into darkness. It never appeared when I had visitors, as if it were shy of strangers. After weeks of documentation, I purchased a small digital recorder, leaving it running in the guest room overnight. The next morning I played it back, listening through hours of house-settling creaks and the soft hum of electronics. Near the 4-hour mark, I heard it, a soft crackling sound, like kindling catching fire, followed by what might have been whispering. I replayed that section repeatedly, trying to decipher words from the breathy static. Help me find it. The voice was so faint I couldn't be certain those were the words, but after listening 20, 30 times, I became convinced. Someone, something wanted my help. Something lost in the smoke. I moved my bed into the guest room. My journal expanded to include dreams, vivid, unsettling visions of searching through endless rooms, opening door after door while smoke billowed around my ankles. In these dreams, someone always stood ahead of me, their back turned, their form hazy and indistinct. The smell grew stronger with each passing night. I woke once to find my pillowcase covered in what looked like soot, though it wiped away cleanly, leaving no stain. Another morning, my bedroom mirror showed a handprint that hadn't been there before, smaller than mine, with long, slender fingers. I began taking photographs of the closet, the walls, the corners of the room where the smell seemed strongest. Most showed nothing unusual, but one captured something odd, a smudge in the air, like heat distortion above a flame. The digital image, when enlarged on my computer screen, almost resembled a face. My investigation deepened. I peeled back the wallpaper in the guest room, expecting to find charred wood beneath. Instead, I discovered writing, faded pencil marks in a tight, precise hand. Names and numbers arranged in columns, some crossed out, others circled. In the center of the wall, larger than the rest, a single phrase, "The ledger must burn." Sleep became rare, precious. The smoke smell now followed me throughout the house, clinging to my clothing, my hair, my skin. Visitors noticed it too, wrinkling their noses as they entered, asking if something was burning nearby. I smiled and changed the subject. I found myself drawn to the fireplace in the living room. Though autumn had barely begun, I started fires nearly every evening, watching the flames dance and leap. Sometimes I thought I saw shapes in the fire, hands reaching, mouths opening. Once I caught myself about to throw my journal into the flames, stopping with my arm extended over the heat. The handprints began appearing more frequently on mirrors, on windows, on the shower door fogged with steam. Always the same size, always gone when I checked again later. I started talking aloud to the empty house, asking questions that echoed unanswered through the rooms. What do you want me to find? What needs to burn? Who are you? One night, as rain drummed steadily against the roof, I awoke to find my bedroom filled with smoke, not the smell this time, but actual gray wisps curling along the ceiling. I jumped up, searching for flames, for danger, but found none. The smoke moved against the air currents, gathering above my bed, swirling into a column that stretched from floor to ceiling. Within the column, shadows shifted and concentrated. A shape emerged, humanoid but indistinct, like a charcoal sketch smudged by a careless hand. It reached toward me, fingers trailing tendrils of smoke. I backed away until I hit the wall, my heart hammering against my ribs. The figure remained, its arm outstretched, its features impossible to discern, except for eyes that glowed like distant embers. The ledger, it whispered, the sound seeming to come from inside my own head rather than the figure before me. Find it, finish it. Morning found me huddled in the corner of my bedroom, my throat raw, my eyes burning. The smoke was gone, but the memory remained, etched into my mind like a brand. I knew then that this was no longer just a mystery to solve, it was becoming a part of me. I tore into the walls with renewed purpose, following the trail of pencil markings I'd found earlier. Behind the drywall in the hallway, hidden in the space between studs, I found a metal box sealed with wax. Inside lay a leather-bound book, its pages yellowed and brittle with age. The ledger. Names filled its pages, hundreds of them, each accompanied by amounts of money and dates. Some had been crossed out with such force that the pen had torn through the paper. Others had small marks beside them, circles, squares, tiny drawings of what looked like flames. I spent days studying the ledger, researching the names I found within. Many belonged to people who had lived in the surrounding area generations ago. Some I couldn't trace at all, as if they had never existed. But patterns emerged, connections, families, businesses now long forgotten. The smoke smell grew stronger as my understanding deepened. It seemed to approve of my efforts, wrapping around me like an embrace when I made new discoveries. The handprints appeared more deliberately, now pointing to particular names in my research notes, leaving sooty finger marks on newspaper clippings I'd gathered. Near the end of the ledger, several pages had been torn out, leaving ragged edges behind. The final intact page bore a single line in different handwriting from the rest. Justice burns brighter than greed. That night the figure formed again from smoke, more substantial than before. It moved through my house with purpose, leading me to the fireplace, where flames suddenly sprang to life without my having lit them. The figure pointed to the ledger in my hands, then to the fire. "But this is evidence," I protested, clutching the book to my chest. "This could explain what happened to you who did this." The smoke figure shook its head, wisps curling and reforming around what might have been a face. "Their descendants still profit," it whispered. "The ledger is incomplete. You must finish it." Understanding dawned slowly, like a cold sunrise. The missing pages, the crossed-out names, the tiny flame symbols. This wasn't just a record of transactions, it was a record of retribution. I spent the next weeks in a fever of research, tracking family lines, finding connections between the names in the ledger and prominent families still living nearby. I added names to the ledger in my own hand, completing the work begun so long ago. The smoke embraced me as I wrote, guiding my hand, filling my dreams with visions of the past of fraud and theft, of a whistleblower silenced forever, of evidence consumed by carefully set flames. When the ledger was complete, I knew what needed to be done. The figure stood beside me as I approached the fireplace, the completed book heavy in my hands. Justice would finally be served, but not through exposure, not through legal means. The fire waited, hungry and patient. I hesitated one final moment, my researcher's mind rebelling against the destruction of historical evidence. But the smoke curled around my wrists, gentle but insistent. Some truths can only be told in ashes, the voice whispered. I let the ledger fall into the flames. The fire flared blue-white, consuming the pages with unnatural speed. For a moment, the smoke figure seemed to smile, its form growing sharper, more defined as the ledger crumbled to ash. Then it was gone, dissipating like morning mist. The smell of smoke vanished with it, leaving the air clean and empty for the first time since I'd moved in. But sometimes when I walk past certain houses in town, past the homes of families whose names I added to the ledger, I catch a whiff of something burning. And in their windows I sometimes glimpse handprints appearing on the glass, small and insistent, visible for just a moment before fading away. The story isn't over. It's just finding new walls to write itself upon, new witnesses to carry its truth forward. And sometimes when I look in the mirror, I see soot beneath my fingernails that no amount of scrubbing will remove. Story 5, I was brushing my teeth when I heard it soft, barely audible, coming from the sink. I shut off the water, my pulse quickening. The whispering continued. It wasn't words exactly, just a breathy murmur curling up from the drain. I leaned in closer, heart hammering. And then, just before I pulled away, something whispered back my name. I jerked backward, toothbrush clattering into the basin. The whisper stopped. Morning light streamed through the bathroom window, casting everything in stark clarity. The white porcelain sink, the speckled mirror, my own startled reflection. Nothing seemed out of place. I told myself it was just the pipes, an old building settling, my imagination running wild after too many late nights. But when I leaned forward to retrieve my toothbrush, I noticed something strange. The drain was bone dry, despite the water I'd been running moments before. I finished my morning routine with one ear trained on the drain, but the whisper didn't return. By afternoon, I had almost convinced myself nothing had happened at all. Almost. That night I dreamed of drains, countless black holes opening up beneath my feet, each one emitting that same whispered sound. I woke drenched in sweat, my sheets twisted around my legs. The darkness pressed in from all sides, and beneath it all, barely perceptible, came the whisper. This time it wasn't coming from the bathroom. I followed the sound to my kitchen sink. The metal basin gleamed in the moonlight filtering through my window. No water had been run here for hours, yet something about the drain seemed wrong. It looked deeper somehow, the darkness within more absolute. "Hello," I whispered, feeling foolish even as the word left my lips. The whisper responded, louder now, almost forming words. I grabbed my phone and hit record, holding it near the drain. The whisper continued for exactly 57 seconds before abruptly stopping. When I played back the recording, there was nothing but static. I spent the next day researching strange plumbing phenomena. Water hammer, air in the pipes, pressure changes. None of the explanations matched what I was experiencing. None mentioned whispering drains that knew your name. That evening I conducted an experiment. I placed voice-activated recorders near every drain in my home bathroom sink, kitchen sink, shower, bathtub. I set up a camera facing the bathroom mirror, angled to capture the sink below. Then I went to bed, leaving all the lights on. The footage showed nothing unusual until 3:17 a.m. The bathroom light flickered once, twice. The mirror's reflection darkened as if a shadow had passed across its surface, and then the drain moved. Not the pipe beneath, not water flowing, the drain itself seemed to shift, to widen, the metal expanding and contracting like a breathing thing. The microphone picked up the sound, my name, repeated in that same whispered tone, but clearer now, unmistakable. I didn't sleep again that night. The next morning I called the building manager. Yes, they'd had plumbing issues before. No, nothing like what I described. Perhaps I should call a plumber, or maybe see someone about these auditory hallucinations. The skepticism in his voice made my cheeks burn. The plumber found nothing wrong. Pipes are old, he shrugged, packing up his tools. They make noise, get used to it. But as he was leaving, I noticed something strange. He wiped his hands on a rag, and there was a dark smudge on his palm that hadn't been there before. Not dirt, not grease. Something black and viscous that seemed to move slightly in the light. That night I covered every drain in my home. Duct tape, plastic wrap, heavy books, anything to create a barrier. I sat in my living room with every light blazing, a glass of untouched whiskey in my hand. The whispers started at midnight, not from the drains this time, but from the walls, from inside the walls where the pipes ran. My name over and over in that soft, insistent tone. I pressed my ear against the wallpaper, feeling a strange vibration beneath my palm. "What do you want?" I asked. The whisper stopped. For one blessed moment, silence reigned. Then came a new sound, a wet, sliding noise like something viscous moving through the pipes. I backed away from the wall, but the sound followed me, traveling through the ceiling, down toward the bathroom. I should have run. I should have left the building, called someone, done anything but what I did next. Instead, curiosity and terror propelled me toward the bathroom door. The light was off, though I distinctly remembered leaving it on. The air felt thick, humid, as if the shower had been running. A faint smell hung in the air, not unpleasant, but alien, like nothing I could name. My hand found the light switch. The fluorescent bulb flickered to life, revealing the bathroom exactly as I'd left it. Drain covered, shower curtain open, nothing out of place. Except for the mirror. My reflection stared back at me, but something was wrong. I blinked. My reflection didn't. I raised my hand. My reflection remained still. And then it smiled a slow, widening grin that stretched too far across its face. I stumbled backward, but the door slammed shut behind me. The light flickered again, then went out completely. In the darkness, I could hear the sound of tape tearing, of plastic wrap being removed. The covers on the drains were coming off, though no one was touching them. The whisper returned, louder now, coming from everywhere at once. It spoke my name, but this time there were other words too. "Let me in," it said. "I've been waiting for so long." "What are you?" I managed to ask, my voice barely audible even to my own ears. "I am what lives between," the whisper replied. "Between the walls, between the pipes, between what is seen and unseen." "What do you want?" The answer came not in words, but in a sudden rush of sensation. The air pressure changed, my ears popping painfully. The darkness seemed to thicken, to take on weight and substance. Something cold and damp brushed against my ankle. I screamed, fumbling for the door handle. It turned under my grip, but the door wouldn't open. The whisper grew louder, a chorus of voices now, all saying different things at once. My name, please, warnings, promises, a cacophony of ghostly sound. The thing that had touched my ankle was moving up my leg now, a cold, wet sensation like fingers trailing across my skin. I kicked out blindly, connecting with nothing. The bathroom felt smaller somehow, the walls closing in, the ceiling lower. In desperation, I pulled out my phone, using its flashlight to pierce the darkness. The beam illuminated the bathroom and what was now emerging from every drain. Black, viscous tendrils rose like smoke, but solid, moving with deliberate purpose. They twisted and curled in the air, reaching toward me. Within their shifting mass, I could see shapes forming and dissolving, faces, hands, mouths that opened and closed in silent speech. My phone died, the darkness returned, absolute now. The whispers surrounded me, inside my head and out. The wet, cold sensation was at my shoulders, my neck, brushing against my face like a caress. "Let me show you," the whisper said. "Let me take you between." Something pressed against my lips, trying to enter my mouth. I clamped my jaw shut, tears streaming down my face. The pressure increased, forcing itself between my teeth, tasting of metal and earth and something ancient. With my last coherent thought, I bit down hard. The world exploded. Light flared behind my eyelids, a silent concussion that threw me against the bathroom door. It burst open and I tumbled into the hallway. Behind me, a shriek of rage or pain emanated from the bathroom, quickly cut off as the door slammed shut again. I ran out of my apartment, down the stairs, into the night. I didn't stop until I reached a motel miles away, where I finally collapsed onto an unfamiliar bed and slept dreamlessly until morning. I never returned to that apartment. I sent movers for my belongings, instructing them not to go near the bathroom. I told myself it was over, that whatever had lived in those pipes couldn't follow me. But sometimes when I'm brushing my teeth in my new home, I think I hear something soft, barely audible coming from the sink. And now, when I look in the mirror, my reflection seems slightly delayed, as if it's waiting for permission to move. Worst of all is the taste that lingers in my mouth, metallic and ancient, and the small, dark spot I discovered on my gums last week, just a tiny black speck that could be nothing at all. Or it could be growing. Story 6, I had checked every door before bed, locked them, tested the handles. But as I lay in the dark, I heard its soft, careful footsteps coming from inside the guest room. My breath caught. The air smelled stale, like old fabric and dust. I gripped the blanket tighter, my pulse pounding, because I knew that door had been locked, and I knew I was alone. At first, I tried to convince myself it was the house settling. Old buildings make strange noises, after all. The wooden floors contract as temperatures drop at night, but these sounds had rhythm, purpose. They moved from one side of the room to the other, paused, then continued. I sat up in bed, straining to listen. The footsteps stopped immediately, as if whatever was making them knew I was paying attention. "Hello," I called out, my voice barely above a whisper. Silence answered me, complete, absolute silence. Even the usual night sounds, the refrigerator humming, the distant barking of neighborhood dogs seemed to have been swallowed by that heavy quiet. I reached for my phone, its screen illuminating my face in harsh blue light. No missed calls, no messages, no explanation for what I was hearing. I opened the voice recorder app and hit record, placing the phone on my nightstand. If something was there, I would capture it. Sleep eventually claimed me, fitful and shallow. Dreams of corridors that stretched endlessly, doors that opened into walls, and always that sensation of being followed by something just outside my peripheral vision. Morning arrived with deceptive normalcy. Birds sang. Sunlight streamed through my curtains. I almost convinced myself I had imagined everything until I remembered the recording. With trembling fingers, I pressed play. Silence at first, the sound of my own breathing, then unmistakably clear, footsteps, not from the guest room now, but right next to my bed. My sleeping body, captured in the recording, had remained still, unaware, but something had been standing over me, watching for nearly 20 minutes. I dropped the phone as if it had burned me. My heart hammered against my ribs. This couldn't be real. I needed proof beyond an audio recording that could be explained away. I set up my laptop camera that night, positioning it to capture the entire bedroom. I placed motion-activated night lights in the hallway. I even scattered a fine layer of flour on the floor near my bed, an old trick I'd read about ghost hunters using. Sleep came reluctantly. Every creak jolted me awake. Every shadow seemed to shift and move when I wasn't looking directly at it. The darkness felt alive, watching, waiting. The footsteps began again, but this time they were everywhere. Not just the guest room, but the hallway, the kitchen below, the attic above. A symphony of impossible movement throughout a locked house. I curled into myself, eyes squeezed shut, telling myself to hold on until morning. Just until morning. When dawn broke, I rushed to my computer. The video had recorded all night without interruption. My fingers shook as I played it back, fast-forwarding through hours of myself tossing and turning. At exactly midnight, the screen flickered. Just a brief distortion, the kind you might attribute to a technical glitch. But when the image stabilized, something had changed. A dark figure stood at the foot of my bed. It remained motionless for several minutes, then walked slowly around to where my sleeping form lay. It bent down, its face coming close to mine, then straightened and walked directly toward the camera. The screen went black. When the recording resumed, the room was empty again. Just me, sleeping restlessly, unaware. The flour on the floor revealed nothing, no footprints, no disturbance, as if whatever had visited me never touched the ground at all. I told no one who would believe me. Instead, I began researching the history of the house, previous residents, deaths, anything that might explain what was happening. The local historical society had records dating back decades. Nothing unusual appeared in them, no tragic deaths, no mysterious disappearances. Just ordinary families living ordinary lives, until I found a small note in the margin of a property deed from 30 years ago. Resident reported hearing footsteps, requested termination of lease. Just one line, no follow-up, no explanation. I dug deeper, found old newspaper microfiche, community newsletters. Fragments began to emerge across different sources, different years, different residents, all describing the same phenomenon: footsteps in locked rooms, figures standing at the foot of beds, recording devices malfunctioning. That night I left my bedroom door open, the guest room door open, every light in the house blazing. "I know you're here," I said to the empty air. "I know about the others who heard you." The response came immediately. Every light in the house went out at once, not flickering or dimming, just darkness, sudden and complete. And in that darkness, a whisper right against my ear, "Then you know what happens next." I ran out of the house into the night, not stopping until I reached a motel several miles away. I paid cash, used no credit card, told no one where I was. Surely whatever haunted my house couldn't follow me here. Sleep came easily that night, born of exhaustion and the false security of distance. The sound of footsteps woke me, coming from the bathroom of my motel room. I sat up, heart racing. The bathroom door stood slightly ajar, darkness spilling from it. "This isn't possible," I whispered. The footsteps stopped. The bathroom door swung open wider. I reached for the lamp, fingers fumbling for the switch. Light flooded the small motel room. The bathroom was empty. But when I looked down, I saw it. A trail of damp footprints leading from the bathroom to the side of my bed. Water or something like it soaking into the carpet. I checked out immediately, drove through the night, found another motel farther away. The pattern repeated, footsteps, recordings that showed something impossible. The growing certainty that whatever this was, it wasn't confined to my house. It had attached itself to me. I stopped sleeping at night, trained myself to nap during daylight hours, staying vigilant after dark. I installed apps that would keep my phone recording constantly, but the files would always corrupt around midnight, leaving gaps I couldn't explain. 1 week into this new routine, exhausted and fraying at the edges of sanity, I received an envelope in my mailbox. No stamp, no return address, just my name written in handwriting I didn't recognize. Inside was a single photograph of me, sleeping in my bed, taken from above, looking down. In the corner, barely visible, was a shadow that seemed to be holding the camera. And written on the back in the same unfamiliar hand, "We've always been here." That night I waited, no more running, no more hiding. When the footsteps began in the hallway, I opened my door and stepped out to face whatever had been haunting me. The hallway was empty, but the footsteps continued, now behind me. I turned, nothing. They circled me, invisible yet undeniably present. "What do you want?" I demanded. The air grew cold around me, so cold I could see my breath. The footsteps stopped. Against the wall, a shadow moved, not cast by anything I could see, but moving independently, stretching, taking form. "We want what we've always wanted," came a voice from everywhere and nowhere. The shadow reached toward me, not threatening, but almost beckoning. I should have run, anyone sane would have run, but some deeper instinct kept me rooted to the spot as the shadow touched my hand. Cold spread up my arm, not painful, but numbing, calming. "What is that?" I whispered. "Recognition," the voice answered. The shadow pulled back, and with it went something of me. I felt it a thinning, a slight emptying. In the shadow's place on the wall, I now saw two distinct forms where before there had been one. The second shadow moved differently, felt familiar somehow. With dawning horror, I raised my hand. The new shadow raised its hand in perfect synchronization. "We've always been here," the voice said again, "inside each of you, waiting to be separated, waiting to be freed." I looked down at my feet. In the dim light, I could see that I cast no shadow on the floor, none at all. That night, for the first time in weeks, I slept deeply, peacefully. No footsteps disturbed me. Nothing appeared on my recordings. But sometimes now, from the corner of my eye, I catch glimpses of my shadow moving independently of me, standing still when I move, watching me when I sleep. And sometimes, when the house is especially quiet, I hear footsteps walking alongside my own, perfect mirrors of my movements, yet slightly out of sync, following, always following. I've stopped looking in mirrors. The reflection that stares back isn't quite right anymore. Its smile comes a moment too late. Its eyes track something behind me that I cannot see. I wonder about the previous residents sometimes. Did they experience what I did? Did they also have a part of themselves peeled away, set free to walk the world? I should warn others, leave notes, documentation, evidence. But my shadow shakes its head whenever I try. And deep down in the hollow space where something vital used to be, I understand now, we aren't meant to be whole. We never were. We're just vessels, carrying fragments of something ancient until they're ready to be released. So if you hear footsteps in your locked room tonight, know this: it might already be too late. They're not trying to get in. They're trying to get out. Story 7, the lake behind my house had always been still, undisturbed. But last evening, as I stood at the edge, something broke the surface. A face, pale, unfamiliar, just beneath the water, staring up at me with wide, unblinking eyes. The air smelled damp, thick with algae and decay. I took a step back. The face didn't move, it just smiled. I rubbed my eyes, certain my mind was playing tricks. When I looked again, the face was gone, leaving only ripples spreading across the dark water. A chill ran through my body despite the warm evening air. Something felt wrong, fundamentally altered, as if the world had shifted slightly out of alignment. That night I couldn't sleep. My bedroom window faced the lake, and I found myself repeatedly drawn to it, peering through the glass at the water's surface gleaming under moonlight. The rational part of my brain insisted what I'd seen was just a reflection, perhaps my own distorted by the water, or maybe a large fish coming up for air. But another part knew better. That smile hadn't been mine. By morning, I'd nearly convinced myself it was nothing. I made coffee, trying to focus on the mundane rhythm of my day. Yet as I sipped from my mug, I noticed something peculiar about my reflection in the kitchen window. For a heartbeat, it seemed to move independently. A microsecond after I did, I set the mug down with shaking hands. I needed evidence, proof that I wasn't losing my grip on reality. I grabbed my camera and headed back to the lake. The water lay perfectly still, reflecting the sky above like a mirror. I took several photos, scanning them immediately for anything unusual. Nothing appeared. "You're being ridiculous," I muttered to myself, but as I turned to leave, the smell hit me intensely floral, like lilies, completely out of place by the algae-coated lake shore. I whirled around, camera ready, but captured only the undisturbed surface. Over the next few days, I developed a routine. Each morning and evening, I would visit the lake with my camera. I recorded sounds using my phone, hoping to capture anything unusual. I kept a journal of observations, noting water temperature, weather conditions, and any anomalies. The anomalies began accumulating. First, I noticed the birds avoided flying over a particular section of water, veering away at the last moment as if encountering an invisible barrier. Then came the sound of faint humming that seemed to emanate from beneath the surface, audible only when I pressed my ear close to the water. In my recordings, it manifested as strange interference, disrupting the normal ambient sounds with bursts of static. My neighbor, walking her dog along the shore, commented that she'd never seen me so interested in the lake before. "Just a new hobby," I said, not mentioning the face, the smile, the growing unease. "Be careful," she replied, tugging her dog away from the water's edge. "This lake has always felt wrong to me. My dog won't go near it." That night, I reviewed my journal entries and noticed a pattern forming. The humming intensified during darker hours when the moon reflected on the water. The floral scent appeared only when I was alone, and most disturbing, the water temperature in one specific area was consistently several degrees colder than the rest, creating a perfect circle about 6 feet in diameter. I decided to wade into the lake. The water felt abnormally cold as it rose past my ankles, then my knees. Mud squished between my toes, releasing bubbles that broke the surface with tiny pops. I moved carefully toward the cold spot, camera strapped securely around my neck. When I reached the center of the circle, I felt a change in pressure, as if the water became suddenly denser. The humming grew louder, vibrating through my body. I raised the camera and began taking photos of the water around me. The viewfinder showed nothing unusual until the 5th photo. There, just behind my reflection, another face had appeared. Not the same one I'd seen before. This one was gaunt, with hollow eyes and parted lips. I nearly dropped the camera in shock, spinning around to confront empty water. Later, reviewing the photos at home, I found more faces. 7 different ones appearing in different positions around me. In each successive image, they seemed to drift closer to my reflection. My hands trembled as I wrote in my journal. The faces appear only in photographs, never to the naked eye unless at dusk. 7 distinct entities. They seem aware of being observed. The last photo shows one reaching toward my shoulder. I tore that page out and burned it in my kitchen sink, watching the paper curl and blacken. What was I becoming? A paranoid documenter of my own delusions? Or worse, what if I wasn't delusional at all? I avoided the lake for 2 days, trying to reclaim normalcy. I cleaned my house obsessively. I called old friends, making plans I knew I wouldn't keep. I deleted all the photos from my camera. But the lake called to me. From my window, I could see the surface had changed. No longer mirror still, it rippled constantly now, as if disturbed from below. The walls of my house began to feel damp. Moisture beaded on surfaces, running down in rivulets that formed patterns almost like script. My dreams filled with water and whispers and pale fingers reaching upward. When I finally returned to the lake, I brought nothing with me, no camera, no journal, no recording device, just myself. The surface was churning now, agitated despite the absence of wind. The floral scent hung heavy in the air, mixed with something metallic. As I approached the edge, the water stilled instantly. "What did you want?" I asked aloud, my voice sounding foreign to my own ears. The water parted, not with a splash or disruption, but like a curtain being drawn back, revealing a staircase descending into darkness. Water should have rushed to fill the space, but instead it held its form, creating walls on either side of the steps. I knew I should run, every instinct screamed danger, but my curiosity had transformed into something else, a need to understand, to witness, to know. My foot moved forward of its own accord, hovering over the first step. The scent of lilies became overwhelming as a sound emerged from below, not the humming, but voices singing in harmony, in a language I'd never heard yet somehow understood. They were calling my name, though not the name I'd always known. They were calling me by a name that resonated deep within my bones, awakening memories of places I'd never been. I took the first step down. The water closed behind me. What I found beneath the lake defies description in any meaningful way. Structures of impossible geometry, inhabited by beings both familiar and utterly alien. They moved through water that wasn't water, breathing light that wasn't light, and they knew me. "You've returned," they said without speaking. I wanted to deny it, to explain I'd never been here before, but as I stood among them, recognition bloomed within me. I had been here, not in this life perhaps, but in some other existence I'd forgotten. "We've waited," they continued. "The cycle nears completion." They surrounded me, their faces the same faces from the photographs, rippling and changing like reflections in disturbed water. Their touch felt like static electricity against my skin as they guided me deeper into their realm. I learned things there, terrible, wonderful things about the nature of reality, about the thin membrane separating worlds, about cycles of existence and consciousness transferred across dimensions. I learned my role in it all. When I emerged from the lake, my clothes were dry. The sun had barely moved in the sky. By all appearances, only minutes had passed, though the experience felt like days. I walked back to my house with new purpose, understanding what needed to be done. My reflection no longer quite matches my movements. The delay has become noticeable even to others. My neighbor asked if I was feeling well, saying my face seemed different somehow. Food tastes of nothing but lake water. When I speak, my voice carries undertones of that strange harmony. I've begun inviting people to visit, friends, delivery drivers, hikers passing by. I offer them drinks and suggest walks along the shore. Not everyone sees what I see when we stand at the water's edge, but some do. Their eyes widen with recognition when the surface parts to reveal what lies beneath. Some run, others take that first step down. The face in the pond was never a stranger. It was me, calling myself home from across the divide. And now I do the same for others, guiding them to the water where reflections smile with ancient knowledge and staircases led to forgotten truths. Come visit sometime. The lake behind my house is beautiful this time of year. The water is so clear, you can see your own face perfectly reflected. And perhaps something else smiling just behind you. Story 8. I had lived in the apartment for 3 years. I knew every inch of it. But this morning at the end of the hallway there was a door. The paint matched the walls, the handle was smooth, as if it had always been there. But I knew it hadn't. My stomach twisted as I stepped closer. A faint draft seeped from the cracks, carrying the scent of earth and something sweet, almost rotten. I blinked hard, expecting the door to vanish, a trick of the morning light perhaps. It remained, solid, undeniable. My fingers trembled as I reached for the handle, then withdrew. Instead, I pressed my ear against the cool surface. Nothing at first, then a soft, rhythmic sound like breathing, but not quite human. I retreated to my kitchen, made coffee, and tried to think rationally. Construction work in the building. Impossible without my knowledge. The management always sent notices. A prank, but who would install an entire door overnight without making a sound? The logical part of my brain insisted I call the building manager, but something deeper, more primitive, warned against it. This was personal somehow, meant for me. I decided to document everything. I took photographs with my phone. The door appeared normal in them, which was both reassuring and disturbing. I sketched the hallway layout in my notebook, before and after, marking the architectural impossibility of the door. My apartment backed against my neighbor's kitchen. There was no space for a room behind that wall. The rest of my day passed in a fog of distraction. Work calls became background noise as my thoughts returned to the door. What waited behind it? During my lunch break, I researched the building history, finding nothing unusual. A standard apartment block built decades ago, renovated twice, with no reports of strange occurrences. When evening came, I returned home with a sense of dread. The door remained, but something had changed. The gap beneath it showed darkness now, where morning light should have spilled from the windows of the adjacent building. I placed my palm against the wood and jerked back immediately. The surface was warm, like skin. I couldn't sleep that night. The faint, rhythmic sound from behind the door had grown louder. Not quite footsteps, not quite breathing, something in between. I stuffed towels along the bottom of my bedroom door, trying to block out the noise, but it seemed to vibrate through the walls themselves. By morning, dark circles shadowed my eyes as I approached the door again. The sweet rot smell had intensified and now carried metallic undertones. I knocked, softly at first, then harder. The sound died in the wood, absorbed rather than echoed. I needed help. I invited my friend Mark over, describing a weird structural issue I wanted his opinion on. He arrived looking concerned, but his expression changed to confusion when I pointed to the end of the hallway. "What door?" he asked. I laughed nervously, thinking he was joking, but his face remained puzzled as I walked toward it, placed my hand on a handle, even leaned against it. "You're leaning on the wall," he said, his voice gentle with concern. "Are you feeling okay?" I took a photo and showed him. In the image, there was only a blank wall where I saw the door. I felt nausea rise in my throat. After Mark left, clearly worried about my mental state, I sat in the hallway watching the door. My rational mind offered explanations: stress, lack of sleep, carbon monoxide, brain tumor. I checked the detector, functioning perfectly. I opened all the windows, breathed fresh air, drank water, took aspirin. The door remained. That night, I decided I had to open it. Whatever psychological break I was experiencing, I needed to confront it. I approached with a kitchen knife in one hand, flashlight in the other. The handle turned easily, with no resistance. The door opened inward, revealing not a room but a corridor. Impossible, an optical illusion, surely. The passage stretched forward, its dimensions wrong, too long, too narrow. The walls had a strange texture, almost like they were breathing, with subtle patterns shifting across their surface. My flashlight beam seemed to penetrate only a few feet before being swallowed by a darkness that felt alive. That sweet rot smell flowed out, stronger now, making my eyes water. And underneath it, something else, a scent like childhood and forgotten memories. I stepped back, my heart hammering against my ribs. I slammed the door shut and wedged a chair under the handle. I called in sick to work and spent the day researching hallucinations, psychosis, supernatural phenomena, anything that might explain what was happening. The next morning, the chair had moved. The door was open, just a crack. My hands shook as I approached. I pushed it closed again, then used my phone to record a video of myself placing the chair, making sure the handle was secure. I set the phone on a shelf, still recording, and retreated to my bedroom. When I checked the footage an hour later, it showed me setting up the chair. Then, with me clearly visible in my bedroom doorway in the background, the chair slowly slid aside on its own. The door handle turned. The door opened just a crack. I didn't sleep that night or the next. I watched the door constantly, fighting against heavy eyelids. Sometimes I thought I saw fingers curl around the edge of the door, long, thin fingers with too many joints. Sometimes I heard a voice whispering my name in a tone that was almost loving. On the fourth day, I packed a bag. I needed to leave, stay with family, see a doctor, anything to escape. As I moved toward the front door, the air grew thick, resistant, like walking through water. The exit seemed to stretch away from me, no matter how many steps I took. I turned back toward the hallway. The mystery door now stood wide open. The corridor beyond had changed. It was wider now, illuminated by a soft, pulsing light that reminded me of a heartbeat. The walls glistened with moisture. I felt a curious pull, not physical, but mental. Memories surfaced, a childhood hiding place beneath stairs, the comfort of small, enclosed spaces, the thrill of secrets. The corridor seemed to promise answers, belonging, completion. Behind me, my apartment, my normal, rational life felt suddenly hollow, a shell I had outgrown. I realized I'd been waiting for this door my entire life without knowing it. I took a step forward, then another. The air grew warmer, womb-like. The smell changed, still sweet, but no longer rotting, more like overripe fruit, fertile soil, possibilities. The texture of reality seemed to thin as I crossed the threshold. My body felt lighter, my senses sharper. I could hear music now familiar yet impossible to identify. It called to me from deeper within. With each step, the world behind me grew distant. I knew somehow that if I turned back now, the door would disappear forever. This was a one-way journey. I reached the point where my flashlight beam had previously been swallowed by darkness. Now I could see beyond, not clearly, but enough to make out shapes, movement, anticipation. Something waited for me, something that had always known me better than I knew myself, something that had created a door where no door should be. I should have been terrified. Instead, I felt a profound sense of recognition, of coming home. I took another step forward. The walls pulsed around me, synchronized with my heartbeat. Another step. The door behind me closed with a soft click. I keep walking deeper into the impossible corridor. I can feel myself changing with each step, memories reforming, identity shifting. Am I losing myself or becoming what I was always meant to be? The answer waits ahead, where the corridor widens into something vast and breathing. I can see shapes moving there, welcoming me. They speak without words, telling me they've waited so long. Whatever I am now or whatever I will become, one thing remains certain: I will never return to the world of ordinary doors and explainable rooms. Some thresholds, once crossed, transform you too completely for any return journey. And somewhere in an apartment building, a wall now stands unbroken where a door once appeared. Perhaps someday, for someone else, another door will form when they too are ready to discover what waits beyond the architecture of normal reality. Until then, I remain here in this place between places, becoming something new with each passing moment. And strange as it may sound, I've never felt more at home. Story 9, I lived alone. My security cameras covered every entrance, every hallway. But last night, as I checked the footage, I saw movement. A man standing in my living room, staring directly at the camera. I felt my blood run cold. I hadn't heard anything. No doors had been forced open. And yet there he was, standing perfectly still, watching. At first, I thought it might be a glitch, some digital artifact corrupting the feed. I replayed the footage, frame by frame. The figure remained unwavering in his stillness. He wore nondescript dark clothing, his features obscured by shadows, yet somehow I could feel his gaze piercing through the screen. My fingers trembled as I checked the timestamp. This was recorded while I slept upstairs. I immediately searched the house, clutching a kitchen knife with white knuckles. Each room revealed nothing but familiar emptiness. No sign of forced entry, no displaced objects. The security system showed no breaches. I returned to the footage, studying it with mounting dread. The stranger stood motionless for exactly 2 minutes before turning his head just slightly toward the staircase. My staircase, the one leading to my bedroom. Then the feed cut to static. Sleep abandoned me that night. I sat with my back against the bedroom door, knife in hand, listening for any sound that didn't belong. The house remained silent except for the occasional settling of wood and the soft hum of electronics. When morning light filtered through my curtains, I felt a momentary relief. I called a security company to inspect the system. The technician found nothing wrong, no tampering, no unexplained access points. "Your system's working perfectly," he said, his voice carrying an irritating cheerfulness. Maybe it was just a shadow playing tricks with the camera. But I knew what I saw. That night I added more cameras, positioning them at different angles to cover every inch of my home. I installed motion sensors that would alert my phone instantly. The house transformed into a fortress of surveillance, a digital cocoon I hoped would protect me. For 3 nights, nothing happened. The footage revealed only emptiness and stillness. On the 4th night, my phone buzzed with an alert, motion detected in the kitchen. My heart pounded as I opened the app. The kitchen was empty. I watched, breath held as seconds ticked by. Then a cabinet door opened by itself. No one stood near it. It simply swung open, slowly, deliberately. I watched, paralyzed, as one by one, every cabinet in my kitchen opened in sequence, like an invisible hand was searching for something. I called the police. They arrived, searched the house, found nothing. "No signs of intrusion," the officer said, eyeing me with thinly veiled skepticism. "Are you sure you didn't leave the cabinets open yourself? Maybe forgot about it." "They opened while I watched," I insisted, showing them the footage. The younger officer frowned, leaning closer to my screen. "That's weird," he admitted. "Could be a pressure change in the house, or maybe someone's playing tricks on you." After they left, I sat among my wall of screens, watching every feed simultaneously. The house remained still, silent, waiting. I began documenting everything. I kept notebooks filled with observations, timestamps, descriptions of anomalies, changes in temperature. I installed an audio recorder in each room. Most captured nothing but the ambient sounds of an empty house. But occasionally, listening back with headphones, I could detect something beneath the silence, a soft exhalation that wasn't mine. The stranger appeared again a week later, this time in my bedroom feed while I sat downstairs. Same dark clothes, same obscured face. He stood at the foot of my bed looking down at the sheets. My breath caught as he slowly reached out, running his hand over the pillow where I laid my head each night. I watched, frozen in horror, as he then turned to face the camera. He raised his hand in a small, almost friendly wave. I ran upstairs, knife clutched in my fist. The bedroom was empty, the bedding undisturbed. But the air felt different, colder, with a faint scent I couldn't identify, something metallic and sweet. I began sleeping in my car, parked far from the house but close enough to monitor my security feeds. Every morning I returned, searching for evidence, finding nothing but an occasional open drawer or misplaced object, things subtle enough to make me question my own memory. Had I moved that book, left that light on? I started leaving traps, flour sprinkled on the floor, threads stretched across doorways, objects balanced in precise arrangements that would topple at the slightest disturbance. Some mornings I found them triggered, others untouched. There was no pattern, no logic to when the stranger appeared. One night, scrolling back through footage, I noticed something I'd missed before. In the background of one frame, reflected in a mirror, I could see myself sleeping on the couch. But it wasn't possible. I had been awake, reviewing footage. I looked closer, frame by frame. The sleeping figure wore my clothes, had my hair, but something about the face seemed wrong, not quite mine. The next day, I installed cameras to watch me sleep. I needed to know if I was becoming someone else in the night, if my body was moving without my knowledge. The footage showed me lying still, occasionally turning, nothing more. But in one frame, for just a second, there was a shadow beside the bed, a shadow without a source. I began talking to the stranger through the cameras. "Who are you? What do you want?" No response came through the feeds, but objects in my house began to arrange themselves in patterns, kitchen knives laid out in a spiral, books stacked to form perfect towers, my clothes folded into origami shapes. My photographs changed. In pictures where I had been alone, the stranger now stood beside me, his face always turned away or blurred. In one childhood photo, he stood among my school friends, his hand on my shoulder. I took the photos to a professional who examined them with confusion. "These look original," she said. "No signs of digital manipulation. They're old prints too." She pointed to the yellowing edges, the vintage paper quality. "These haven't been altered recently." My recordings captured new sounds, a humming melody I didn't recognize, played softly at night. When I listened with headphones, beneath the melody I could hear words, "Remember me." I stopped sleeping, I stopped eating. I sat surrounded by monitors, watching every angle of my house simultaneously. My phone filled with notes, observations, questions without answers. Then came the night when every camera in my house activated at once. Motion detected in every room. My phone buzzed continuously as alert after alert flooded in. On each feed, the stranger stood in a different room, all at the same time in the kitchen, the living room, the bathroom, the hallway. Multiple identical figures, all perfectly still, all facing directly toward their respective cameras. I fled the house, driving without destination until dawn. When I returned, my security system showed no alerts from the night before. The footage was clean, empty rooms, nothing more. Had I imagined it all? The line between reality and perception blurred more each day. That evening, reviewing older footage, I noticed something in the background of a frame from weeks ago. A notebook lying open on my desk. Zooming in, I could make out my own handwriting, words I didn't remember writing. The more you watch, the more you see. The more you see, the more I become. I tore through my notebooks, finding pages filled with writing I didn't remember, detailed accounts of my movements through the house, descriptions of my sleeping face, observations about my deteriorating mental state. All in my handwriting, but with subtle differences, sharper angles, heavier pressure. My cameras began to show me things that couldn't be happening. My own figure walking through rooms I wasn't in. My face staring back at me through the feeds, mouth moving in words I couldn't hear. Last night I set up a final experiment. I placed a camera directly across from my bed and laid down, staring into the lens. I would not look away. I would not blink. I would watch myself being watched. The feed showed me lying still, eyes fixed on the camera. Then slowly, a second figure rose from behind me, from within me. It separated itself from my body like a shadow gaining substance. It looked exactly like me, but with eyes that reflected no light. This doppelganger turned toward the camera and smiled with my mouth. I felt it happen, the strange pulling sensation as something emerged from within, the coldness that spread through my body, the weight lifting from my chest. The security company called this morning, responding to an alert. They found me sitting calmly among my monitors. "Everything's fine," I told them, "just a false alarm." They noticed nothing strange about me, nothing unusual about my smile or the flatness in my eyes. I live alone now, truly alone within myself. The stranger is gone from my cameras because he doesn't need them anymore. He sees through my eyes, moves with my hands. The security system records only one person in this house. But sometimes when I pass mirrors, I catch a glimpse of something behind my reflection. Someone watching from inside, pounding silently against the glass. That's when I know who the stranger really was, who was trapped and who became free. I check the security footage each night out of habit. The house is quiet, nothing moves without my permission, but I've started noticing something new in the recordings. A subtle distortion when I walk through a room, a momentary flicker where my shadow doesn't quite match my movements. I think someone new is watching now. Story 10. On a dreary afternoon, amidst the mundane stack of mail, I stumbled upon an unmarked envelope waiting to be discovered. The aged, yellowed paper within bore handwritten words that stirred a sense of nostalgia, a nostalgia for moments that had never graced my existence. A faint aroma lingered in the air, a blend of antiquity, ink, and lavender, prompting me to question the very essence of my past. The paper, fragile and weathered, whispered tales of times long forgotten as it caressed my fingertips. Outside, raindrops danced a gentle melody on my window, harmonizing with the rhythmic beating of my heart. In the warm glow of my reading lamp, the letter's elegant script came alive, weaving a tale that beckoned me to delve deeper into its mysteries. "My dearest friend," the letter commenced, "I write to remind you of the summer house where we shared moments of bliss. Curiously, I had no recollection of such a place, yet as I absorbed the words, sensations of sunlight kissing my skin and the tranquil symphony of distant waves enveloped me. Beside me, the crackling fireplace provided a comforting embrace, casting flickering shadows that danced in tandem with the narrative unfolding before me. With each passing sentence, the veil shrouding my mind began to lift, revealing fragments of memories both alien and intimately familiar. The salty tang of the ocean, the earthy scent of freshly mown grass, the sensation of polished wooden floors beneath bare feet all flooded my senses, transporting me to a reality I had never known. The letter painted pictures of afternoon teas in delicate china cups adorned with blue blossoms, of hushed conversations in a garden where roses bloomed eternally, and of a mysterious room on the upper floor that remained locked, concealing its secrets. As I delved deeper into the missive, my feline companion nestled in my lap, her gentle purring grounding me in the present moment while my consciousness drifted through these phantom recollections. The script remained steady, unfurling events that now felt as tangible as the very chair I sat upon, strolling through dew-kissed gardens at dawn, witnessing shadows waltz in candlelit chambers, catching whispers of piano melodies from unseen hands. The wooden floors beneath me murmured softly as I shifted, echoing the ancient sighs of the summer house's time-worn boards described in the letter. The lavender scent intensified, enveloping the room in a cloak of memories not entirely my own. Or were they? The epistle spoke of shared confidences, unspoken bonds, and pledges exchanged in whispers. It detailed a locket supposedly always adorning my neck, housing a photograph of two enigmatic figures before a grand estate. Though my fingers found only bare skin, the phantom weight of that locket lingered, a ghostly reminder of a past I could not grasp. Outside, the rain's gentle cadence persisted, its murmurs now carrying elusive messages just beyond my comprehension. The letter recounted rainy days spent in the library of the summer house, surrounded by leather-bound tomes that shifted titles in the periphery of vision. The aroma of those ancient books teased my senses, evoking memories that defied logic. Approaching the final page, the ink appeared to fade, as if the words themselves were slipping into the realm of remembrance. The writer recounted a pivotal choice we had made together, a decision poised to alter the very fabric of reality. A midnight ritual in the moonlit garden where shadows defied physics marked a turning point in our shared history. The letter's closure resonated as both conclusion and commencement. Remember, dear friend, that memories are as fluid as the shifting tides. Our perception of self is but a tale we choose to embrace. Perhaps this letter will guide you to a different narrative, or perhaps it will illuminate the one you have chosen to forget. Signed with a cryptic initial that eluded clear definition, the letter held a mystique that transcended mere words. As I folded the paper along its creases, my reflection in the window pane momentarily morphed into a visage I recognized yet had never beheld before. The rain dwindled, the scent of lavender dissipated, and I tenderly returned the letter to its resting place, knowing that the tapestry of my memories, whether genuine or fanciful, adopted or bestowed, had been forever altered. Drifting into slumber in my cherished armchair that night, a haunting symphony of waves and piano keys serenaded my dreams. And in that ethereal realm, the weight of a phantom locket graced my neck, a symbol of a past that defied the boundaries of reality. Story 11. On a misty night by the coast, I ventured to an abandoned pier that extended into the murky, restless waters. Etched into a worn beam were intricate symbols softly glowing under the moon's silver glow. The tang of the sea breeze carried a whisper of enigma, and as my fingertips traced the marks, it felt as though I held a key to a long-buried secret beneath the shifting tides. The gentle lap of waves against aged pillars wove a mesmerizing cadence, pulling me deeper into contemplation. Standing there, I sensed the aged wood beneath me murmuring with each step, echoing the footfalls of bygone years. The air hung heavy with the scent of salt and damp timber, mingled with a scent older still, evoking memories of ancient tomes and forgotten chambers. Night after night, I found myself drawn back to that pier, compelled by an inexplicable force. Each visit unveiled new intricacies in the cryptic markings, curves seeming to dance in the moon's glow, lines weaving into different patterns with the ebb and flow of the tide. The soft creak of the wooden planks became a familiar companion, a dialogue between the sea and the structure daring to breach its depths. On my fifth visit, a peculiar discovery awaited. The air surrounding the marked beam held a warmth distinct from the cool maritime breeze, throbbing gently beneath my palm in sync with my heartbeat. A subtle yet undeniable sensation, akin to cradling a cup of tea that never cooled. Often the fog thickened as I pondered the symbols, enveloping me like a gentle shroud. Within its embrace, sounds dulled and distant, creating an intimate realm where time seemed to meander at its own pace. At times, a faint hum seemed to rise from beneath the pier, blending with the ocean's rhythm. One tranquil night, seated beside the marked beam, I noticed the water below had stilled remarkably. Its surface mirrored the moon with flawless clarity, yet beneath that polished veneer, shadows moved with deliberate grace. Neither fish nor typical marine life, these forms eluded easy classification. The symbols began to infiltrate my dreams, morphing into maps of uncharted realms or writhing beneath my touch like living script. I started chronicling them in a journal, sketching their evolving forms as they appeared each night, shifting subtly with the moon's phases. Weeks passed, revealing that other visitors to the pier remained oblivious to the markings. Their gazes slid past the beam as if it were mere weathered timber. Even when I attempted to point them out, individuals would nod politely, diverting conversation as if a curtain had been drawn. The turning point arrived during the new moon. Absent the moon's glow, the symbols emitted a faint phosphorescence, casting a gentle, undulating light in hues of blue-green akin to underwater currents. The warm pulse within the wood intensified, the subterranean hum beneath the pier growing clearer, carrying melodic notes akin to a language lost in time. Curious artifacts began appearing near the marked beam, polished stones etched with spirals, shimmering shell fragments radiating an inner glow, delicate filigree patterns formed by strands resembling silver seaweed. Each item bore a cryptic message, their significance remaining just beyond grasp. Now, as I pen these words, I comprehend that I've become intertwined with the enigma harbored here. The symbols have manifested elsewhere in the condensation on my bathroom mirror, in rain patterns on my window panes, in the swirls of cream in my morning coffee. No longer mere glyphs to decipher, they now feel like a dialogue slowly unraveling before me. The pier has transcended its role as a mere structure jutting into the sea. It stands as a threshold, a frontier between the known and the unknown. The gentle mystery of the symbols continues to unfurl, never fully revealing itself yet offering tantalizing morsels to keep me returning, night after night, to that juncture where the ordinary world converges with something ancient, profound, and infinitely patient beyond human grasp. I've come to accept that certain mysteries are meant to be felt rather than deciphered. The symbols adorning the pier have taught me to find solace in uncertainty, to embrace the gentle tug of the unknowable. As I sit here now, observing the fog enveloping the shoreline and sensing the familiar pulse beneath my touch, I realize that my purpose is not to decode this mystery, but to become a part of its ongoing narrative, weaving my own thread into the tapestry of an age-old tale unfolding in this threshold between land and sea. Story 12. In a neglected gallery of old family treasures, I stumbled upon a portrait that stood out, a faded image of a stranger whose eyes held a mysterious tale. Behind the frame, a fragile, handwritten letter awaited discovery. The air in the gallery carried whispers of time, tinged with the scent of aged parchment and lavender, beckoning me to unravel the forgotten narrative within. Sunbeams filtered through tall windows, casting a soft glow that danced with dust motes in a hypnotic display against the backdrop of weathered wooden panels. Each creak of the floorboards beneath my feet echoed the passage of countless souls who had tread this path before me. With trembling fingers, I retrieved the letter, feeling the weight of history in its delicate folds. The woman in the portrait, with her enigmatic gaze and Victorian attire, seemed to silently urge me to uncover her secrets. The script on the letter, though faded to sepia, flowed elegantly across the page, transporting me to a bygone era. The words painted a picture of a quest for truth and a legacy shrouded in mystery. The letter spoke of dreams and visions, of a hidden music box and a key lost to time. It hinted at a map concealed within the portrait, a map that held the key to unlocking the family's secrets. The writer, Margaret, urged her kin to trust in their intuition and follow the path she had left behind. Her words resonated with a wisdom passed down through generations, a wisdom that transcended material wealth. As I absorbed Margaret's tale, the gallery seemed to come alive with whispered echoes of the past. Shadows played upon the walls, casting new light on the enigmatic portrait before me. Details once overlooked now revealed themselves, a pendant that could have held a key, a subtle hint of a music box's presence. The gallery exuded a sense of anticipation, as if it too awaited the unraveling of its mysteries. Contemplating the choice laid before me, I felt a sense of calm wash over me, like a soothing lullaby. The decision to embark on Margaret's journey could wait, for some enigmas unfold in their own time. I carefully returned the letter to its hiding place, preserving its secrets while capturing its essence in my notebook. As I prepared to depart, a faint melody seemed to linger in the air, a gentle reminder of the story that awaited me. The portrait's gaze followed me, not as a haunting specter, but as a beckoning guide, inviting me to return and delve deeper into its hidden truths. With the quiet assurance of dreams yet to unfold, I left the gallery, knowing that the answers I sought would reveal themselves when the time was right. Story 13. In the hush of a moonlit night, I found myself drawn to an ancient observatory on the edge of town. Amongst the whispers of forgotten constellations and the gentle sighs of dormant telescopes, a hidden mural of eyes caught my attention on a weathered wall. The celestial expanse outside seemed to meld with the mysterious glow within, as a faint breeze carried the scent of ozone and aged paper, hinting at a silent vigil that the building held, safeguarding enigmatic cosmic truths from a time long past. Crossing the threshold, time itself appeared to slow in that enchanted space. My flashlight cast a soft glow on the worn wooden floors, their patterns resembling frozen rivers under the ethereal light. The air held a weighty stillness, as if it bore witness to countless starlit nights. Moving further into the circular chamber, my gaze was drawn to abandoned instruments. A grand telescope, tarnished by neglect, pointed steadfastly towards the heavens through the open dome. Papers scattered around it bore faded calculations and cryptic symbols, like echoes of bygone wisdom etched in time. The eyes on the wall, though merely carvings, seemed to follow my every step with a patient gaze, as if they had observed the unfolding cosmos for eons. Some eyes were deeply etched into the stone, while others shimmered faintly, reflecting the starlight that filtered through the dome. A gentle breeze stirred the dust, creating lazy spirals that danced in the moon's glow. The scent of old manuscripts and metal mingled with a hint of something otherworldly, evoking memories of meteor showers and auroras. In a secluded corner, an antique desk beckoned, strewn with star charts from ages long past. As I studied them, a peculiar realization dawned upon me: the constellations depicted differed subtly from their modern counterparts. It was not merely the passage of time that caused this shift, but a gradual rearrangement of the very fabric of the night sky itself. Opening the desk drawers revealed journals filled with meticulous observations of watching eyes in the void and breathing stellar patterns, hinting at a deeper connection between the observer and the observed. A warmth seemed to emanate from the ancient walls, their surfaces vibrating with a hidden energy, like the slumbering heartbeat of a forgotten giant. The eyes on the wall pulsed in harmony with this unearthly rhythm, casting shifting shadows that played tricks on the mind. Time stretched and twisted in that mystical chamber, blurring the boundaries between past and present, observer and observed. In a faded journal entry from decades past, an astronomer described a celestial anomaly, an entity that defied conventional understanding, observing Earth with a gaze that transcended mere observation. The writer spoke of a profound resonance, a mutual recognition that transcended language and logic, reaching into the very essence of existence. As the night deepened, a profound realization washed over me. The observatory was not abandoned, but transformed. The eyes on the wall were not mere decorations, but conduits of a cosmic metamorphosis. The structure itself had become a living link between earthly watchers and celestial observers, blurring the lines between the known and the unknown. Seated at the ancient desk, I watched as stars danced above, their silent movements synchronized with the pulsing eyes around me. The divide between observer and observed faded, merging into a harmonious symphony of light and shadow, of watcher and watched. With the approaching dawn, I knew it was time to depart, yet the essence of that night lingered within me, a profound understanding that we are not solitary in our gaze upon the universe, but rather part of a timeless dialogue with the cosmos. Turning away from the observatory in the fading twilight, I felt a sense of reverence for the silent sentinel that stood against the backdrop of the waking sky. The watching eyes remained, a silent reminder that in the grand theater of existence, we are both audience and actors, witnesses and participants. The true wisdom I gleaned was not in deciphering mysteries, but in embracing the enigmatic beauty of the unknown, in finding solace in the silent whispers of starlight and the patient gaze of ancient stones. The observatory's enigma was not a puzzle to be solved, but a journey to be experienced, a living testament to the interconnectedness of all things, where secrets are veiled in the soft embrace of uncertainty, inviting us to dwell in the tranquil spaces between shadows and light, between the pulse of ancient stone and the infinite gaze of timeless eyes. Story 14. On a chilly, misty evening, I sought refuge at a forgotten bus stop nestled on a quiet street. Beneath the feeble glow of a solitary streetlight, a soft, rhythmic murmur began to weave its way out from the shadows that enveloped me. The mingled scents of rain-kissed pavement and moist leaves lent a haunting closeness to the sound, hinting at a hidden sorrow of the night. The gentle tap of raindrops on the metal roof provided a soothing accompaniment to my solitude. Nestling into the aged wooden bench, worn smooth by years of patient waiting, I noticed the weathered schedule board barely discernible under layers of time and neglect, whispering tales of long-abandoned routes. My breath formed delicate wisps in the chilly air as I tuned into the mysterious murmur that grew increasingly distinct. Initially, I speculated it might be the wind caressing the rusted metal shelter frame, or perhaps the distant hum of passing cars. However, there was an intentional quality to its rhythm, akin to a conversation held just below the threshold of understanding. The murmur seemed to carry fragments of words, incomplete phrases that danced at the edge of comprehension. Above me, the streetlight flickered briefly, casting fleeting shadows with a peculiar sense of purpose. In that fleeting moment, I observed something peculiar about the bench I occupied. Intricate patterns, seemingly numbers or dates, had been meticulously carved into the wood, only visible when illuminated at a specific angle. As my fingertips traced these enigmatic markings, the murmur subtly shifted its source. It now appeared to resonate not from the shadows, but from the very wood of the bench, vibrating through the timber and into my core. The sensation was not unsettling, but rather oddly comforting, akin to a soothing lullaby in an unfamiliar language. Each number I touched seemed to alter the pitch and cadence of the sound ever so subtly. The rain continued its melodic symphony, and I found myself swaying almost imperceptibly to the peculiar harmony of water and whispers. The air grew heavy with an unexplainable warmth despite the autumn chill, carrying with it a faint fragrance of summer blooms and sun-warmed timber. It felt as though the bus stop existed within its own time pocket, where seasons and memories intertwined in a mysterious convergence. I noticed my watch had ceased ticking, its hands frozen at a perplexing angle between digits. The realization of this detail should have unsettled me, yet it felt like a natural aspect of this enigmatic encounter. The boundaries between reality and dream began to blur, as delicate as moth wings against my consciousness. The murmur gradually evolved into a more structured yet indecipherable form, reminiscent of multiple conversations overlapping in a crowded room, each voice seeming to belong to the same individual speaking across different moments in time. Closing my eyes, I allowed the whispers to wash over me like gentle waves. In this state of serene awareness, visions started to materialize in my mind, fleeting glimpses of past waiting passengers, each leaving an invisible imprint on this modest shelter. Their stories seemed to seep from the very walls, carried by the mysterious murmur that had enveloped me. An elderly woman with gentle eyes, clasping a letter close to her heart. A young man in an antiquated uniform, checking his watch with nervous anticipation. A child in a bright yellow raincoat, sketching patterns in the condensation on the glass. Each apparition felt as tangible as my own presence, yet as ethereal as morning mist. The streetlight's glow took on an almost liquid quality, pooling around my feet in improbable ways. The numbers etched into the bench began to emit a faint luminescence, creating intricate patterns that danced upon my skin. Time seemed to flow differently in this place, akin to honey trickling from a spoon, sweet and unhurried. When I eventually opened my eyes, I realized the rain had ceased, though I couldn't discern when. The murmur had softened to a barely perceptible hum, akin to the afterglow of a dream. The air retained that peculiar warmth, and the carved numbers continued their subtle radiance, yet there was a shift in the atmosphere. Standing up from the bench, I felt altered in some way, as if I had been initiated into a shared secret with all those who had waited there before me. The mysterious murmur had not unveiled any concrete message or meaning, yet I felt enriched by its presence, touched by something both ancient and eternally new. As I readied to depart, I caught sight of my reflection in the rain-streaked shelter glass. For an instant, it seemed to blend with the ghostly images of prior passengers, our features merging in the dim light. Reaching out to touch the cool surface, the murmur rose once more, fleetingly, like a parting embrace. Moving away from the bus stop, I carried with me an unshakable sense that I had encountered something profound yet indefinable. Though the murmur had faded, its echo lingered, a gentle reminder that certain mysteries are meant to be experienced and cherished in their exquisite uncertainty. Story 15. On a serene night disrupted by a sudden downpour, I ventured outside to retrieve my umbrella and was greeted by a peculiar sight, a trail of muddy footprints leading away from my doorstep. The rain tapped a steady beat on the pavement, creating a soothing melody that mingled with the chill of the damp air, hinting at the presence of an unspoken visitor. This unseen guest's silent journey left me both intrigued and unsettled. Beneath the comforting glow of the porch light, I observed as each raindrop slowly blurred the outline of the footprints, turning them into vague, soft shapes against the wet concrete canvas. The rain cascaded down in gentle waves, drowning out the usual evening sounds with its calming white noise. My breath materialized in wisps of mist as I pondered the enigmatic marks before me. These footprints were unlike any I had seen before, not quite matching the size or shape of any shoes in my possession, yet somehow familiar in an inexplicable way. It seemed as though they were imprinted by someone treading with deliberate precision, each step imbued with purpose. What captivated me the most was the subtle shimmer that adorned the footprints in the dim light, as if they held minuscule fragments of moonlight within them. Intrigued by this mysterious trail, I found myself irresistibly drawn to follow it, my own footsteps whispering softly against the damp ground, harmonizing with the rain's gentle patter on my coat. The air carried the rich scent of wet earth, intermingled with a delicate, sweet fragrance reminiscent of old books and dried flowers. The path guided me through my garden, where raindrops clung to leaves and petals like delicate strings of pearls. Amidst this floral haven, my night-blooming jasmine had unfurled its blossoms, releasing its ethereal perfume into the mist-laden atmosphere. The footprints navigated between the plants with remarkable precision, never disturbing a single stem or leaf, as if the creator of these marks possessed an intimate knowledge of the garden's layout. Continuing to trace the trail, I noticed a peculiar phenomenon surrounding the raindrops that fell near the footprints. They seemed to pause momentarily before descending to the ground, forming fleeting spheres of suspended water, a subtle detail that might have eluded me had I not been so attentively focused. The garden path eventually led me to a small clearing where I often sought solace to watch the sunset. Here, the footprints converged into a perfect circle, suggesting that their maker had stood within it, slowly revolving in place. Within this circular space, the grass appeared subtly altered, perhaps more silvered or vibrantly alive, every blade swaying in an imperceptible breeze. Kneeling down, I examined the grass closely, running my fingers over the ethereal blades that exuded a coolness and emitted a gentle vibration that resonated through my fingertips. While the rain continued its rhythmic descent within the circle, each raindrop seemed to emit a soft, melodious hum as it landed. Rising from my reverie, I noticed that the footprints extended beyond the circle, albeit transformed. They now appeared fainter, barely discernible against the dark earth, as if their creator had begun to fade into the mist. The alluring scent that permeated the air grew more potent here, mingling with the rain in a way that induced a profound sense of tranquility within me. Following this increasingly faint trail led me to the ancient oak tree that stood sentinel at the edge of my property. Its colossal branches outstretched like protective arms, their leaves murmuring secrets to the rain. The footprints ceased at the base of the tree, or perhaps they ascended its trunk under the dim light and rain's veil. It was impossible to distinguish where the marks ended and the tree's natural patterns began. Placing my palm against the oak's damp bark, I sensed the same subtle vibration that had earlier enchanted me within the circle of grass. The tree pulsed with a gentle energy, akin to a slumbering heart beating in slow cadence. Rivulets of water cascaded down its trunk, forming fleeting patterns that almost resembled inscribed words before dissolving into oblivion. Standing beneath the oak in the rain, I perceived a profound shift in the atmosphere, an undercurrent of gentle electricity, akin to the moments preceding a rainbow's emergence. The raindrops now seemed to fall in choreographed sequences, casting a dance of light and shadow that moved in harmony with an unheard melody. Though I never laid eyes on my elusive visitor that night, their presence had metamorphosed my familiar garden into a realm of enchantment and intrigue. Even upon my return to the house, shaking raindrops from my coat, I could still discern the lingering essence of their passage in the air that enveloped me. The curious, sweet scent clung to my garments for days, and occasionally when the rain descended, I caught fleeting whispers of it once more. Now, on tranquil rainy evenings, an unexplainable pull beckons me outside, yearning to uncover fresh footprints meandering through my garden. Though the mysterious visitor has not graced me with their presence again, an ineffable transformation has taken hold. The rain falls differently, the garden flourishes in a new light, and the old oak tree sways with an otherworldly grace. My silent visitor bequeathed more than mere footprints. They left behind a gentle enigma that continues to unfurl with each raindrop's descent. As I pen these words by lamplight, observing another storm approach, I ponder whether the visitor merely passed through or rather imparted a fragment of themselves into the essence of this place. In those fleeting moments before slumber claims me and the rain whispers its lullaby outside my window, I swear I can discern distant footsteps echoing in perfect synchrony with the rain's cadence, as if a spectral presence still wanders through my garden, leaving no trace but their ethereal essence. Story 16. In the early hush of morning, a peaceful meadow beckoned me with its quiet beauty. As I strolled through the soft grass, I paused to admire the glistening dew that adorned each blade like liquid diamonds. To my surprise, the droplets had come together to form intricate letters, a script woven by nature's hand. The air was alive with the earthy scent of damp soil and delicate wildflowers, wrapping me in a cocoon of tranquility. A mysterious message seemed to shimmer before my eyes, drawing me closer with its enigmatic allure. The morning mist draped the landscape in a soft, pearly veil, veiling the world in a dreamlike stillness. Kneeling down, I marveled at the dew-kissed letters, their forms dancing on the edge of comprehension like elusive whispers in the wind. Each day I returned to the meadow, captivated by the ever-changing script that appeared in the dew. The letters morphed under the sun's warm caress, shifting from clear words into abstract designs that melted back into the grass. Sometimes foreign languages adorn the grass in elegant strokes, both familiar and foreign to my eyes. The gentle rustle of the wind through the grass became my constant companion, blending with the melodic chirping of early birds welcoming the dawn. I felt compelled to document these ephemeral messages in a weathered journal, my pen tracing the damp imprints left by the dew script. The pages bore witness to a silent conversation between nature and my soul, a language of mystery and beauty. One misty morning, a change stirred in the air. The letters spiraled outward from a central point, weaving a mesmerizing mandala of words and symbols. A subtle energy hummed in the atmosphere, as if the meadow itself held its breath in anticipation. My skin tingled as I traced the intricate pattern with reverent eyes, lost in the spellbinding dance of the script. The messages began to appear in unexpected places, etched in the condensation on my window and whispered in the steam of my morning tea. Even the frost on autumn leaves bore traces of this enigmatic communication, a silent symphony of nature's secrets unfolding before me. In the realm of dreams, the dew script took on a life of its own, weaving through shadowy landscapes with a liquid grace. Secrets whispered in the rustling leaves and distant chimes, hinting at truths just beyond my grasp. Each morning I awoke with a sense of fleeting understanding, the essence of the messages slipping through my fingers like water. As winter approached, the messages grew sparse, appearing only on crisp, clear mornings when the world held its breath in icy stillness. I cherished these moments, knowing that each delicate inscription could be the last until the thaw of spring. The frost painted its own version of the script on frozen grass, a tapestry of shimmering diamonds under the pale winter sun. Years have passed, yet the meadow still calls to me, though the messages now appear less frequently. I ponder if they were meant to lead me to this place of quiet contemplation, where the magic of dawn lingers in every dewdrop. The journal, a relic of those mysterious mornings, rests on my desk, its pages a testament to the beauty of unanswered questions. Opening it now, I watch as the sketched patterns shift and dance in the changing light, a reflection of the ever-evolving world around me. Perhaps the true gift was never in deciphering the script, but in embracing the wonder of life's small miracles with patient eyes and an open heart. The meadow remains my sanctuary, a threshold where the ordinary and extraordinary converge in the soft glow of morning. Though the meaning of the due script may elude me, its presence has imprinted my soul with a sense of awe and reverence, a reminder that some mysteries are meant to be felt rather than solved. Life's deepest joys often lie not in answers, but in the quiet contemplation of the unknown. Story 17. In the deep night, I found myself drawn to an abandoned arcade perched on the outskirts of the city. The neon lights flickered, casting fleeting shadows over the dusty arcade machines. Amidst the stillness, a soft hum resonated from the shadows, laced with the scent of stale popcorn and faded thrill. It was as if the arcade whispered tales of laughter and nostalgia, lingering in the air like forgotten echoes. Tracing my fingers along the worn plastic surfaces of the game cabinets, I felt the history etched beneath layers of dust. Each step I took left delicate imprints on the carpet of gray powder coating the floor. My breath mingled with the gentle electrical hum, creating a tranquil symphony in the dimly lit space. The faded artwork on the machines depicted fantastical worlds and characters now mere ghosts of their former selves. Some screens flickered with dim light, showcasing fragmented images that danced like ethereal dreams. One game in particular caught my eye, an old racing game with a weathered leather seat and a steering wheel that seemed to move of its own accord. As I ventured further into the arcade, the temperature dropped and the hum grew more melodic, like a distant choir harmonizing in the night. I found myself swaying to the rhythmic pulse of the mysterious hum, my footsteps blending seamlessly into its enchanting cadence. The air crackled with potential, blurring the line between reality and imagination in this forgotten sanctuary. A narrow hallway led me to the maintenance area, adorned with vintage posters of long-forgotten games. Each step echoed softly, adding to the arcade's enigmatic melody. The hums seemed to react to my presence, shifting in tone and intensity as I navigated the arcade's hidden corners. At the end of the hallway, a weathered wooden door beckoned, its peeling paint resembling intricate circuitry. The brass handle radiated warmth as I turned it, unleashing a crescendo of humming that enveloped my senses. Beyond the door, a small room bathed in a soothing blue glow awaited me. Arcade motherboards lined the walls, their LED lights blinking in patterns that hinted at hidden meanings. At the room's center stood an ancient computer terminal, its screen alive with cryptic text blending game code with something ancient and profound. The pulsating hum emanated from the machine, casting a spell that made the dust particles dance like celestial bodies in the air. Drawn to the mesmerizing display, I settled into the operator's chair, my fingers poised over the yellowed keyboard. Without conscious effort, I began to type, the hum synchronizing with the rhythm of my keystrokes in a mesmerizing duet. Time lost its grip in that ethereal chamber. The blue light seeped into my skin, and the humming reverberated through my being. I transcribed tales of bygone game worlds and forgotten dreams, the machine responding with its own enigmatic narratives woven in code and static bursts. When I rose from the chair, my limbs stiff from the timeless reverie, the hum had become a part of me, guiding my every movement. The arcade no longer felt abandoned but expectant, its silent sentinels hinting at new realms waiting to be unveiled. Retracing my steps through the arcade, I felt a subtle surge of electricity as I touched each machine, their voices blending into the ever-present hum. The racing game's steering wheel stood motionless, yet its screen depicted a road stretching into infinite digital horizons, bathed in the glow of a virtual dawn. At the arcade's threshold, I cast a final glance back. The neon lights no longer flickered erratically, but cast a warm, steady glow. The hum had transformed into a gentle purr, akin to a slumbering electronic beast dreaming contentedly. I knew then that I would return, lured by the enchanting silence and the promise of untold stories lingering between the games. Stepping outside, the hum lingered within me, a subtle vibration in my chest, a reminder of the night's mystical symphony. Even now, in the hushed moments before dawn, I feel its beckoning call, the harmonious blend of memory and mystery resonating from the deserted arcade, forever weaving its enchanting melody. Story 18. Amidst the cool embrace of an unusually chilly night, I found myself drawn to a deserted train yard that lay silent on the edge of town. The rusted tracks whispered tales of bygone journeys, while the decaying engines stood as stoic sentinels of a forgotten era. A lone light flickered intermittently atop an old signal tower, its glow pulsing like a heartbeat in the darkness, hinting at untold stories halted long ago. The air was heavy with a metallic tang of rust mingling with the musty scent of damp concrete, creating a tapestry of scents that hung in the stillness. As I ventured further into the yard, the gravel beneath my feet offered a soft symphony of crunches, accompanied by the gentle whisper of wind weaving through hollow train cars. A peculiar stillness enveloped the air, settling like a forgotten memory in the abandoned space. Moths danced in the soft glow of working lampposts, casting delicate shadows that danced across weathered metal surfaces, painting ephemeral patterns of light and dark. My gaze was inevitably drawn to the solitary blinking light atop the tower, its rhythm neither regular nor random, but purposeful in its cadence. It stirred something deep within me, evoking a sense of familiarity that eluded my grasp, a distant echo of an old memory or a half-formed dream. The darkness that cloaked the tower's windows heightened the significance of that singular illumination, beckoning me closer. With each step towards the tower, the door stood slightly ajar, its hinges emitting a mournful note as the wind caught it in a fleeting embrace. Crossing the threshold, the air shifted, crackling with an electric charge that prickled the hairs on my arms. The wooden stairs groaned beneath my weight, releasing the scent of aged timber and decades-old dust into the atmosphere. Upon reaching the top floor, I entered an antiquated control room frozen in time. Switches, levers, and dial gauges adorned the walls, their brass and copper fittings dulled by neglect. Yet it was the ancient signal lamp that held my gaze, a source of light that defied logic, pulsing hypnotically as if attuned to some unseen force. As I observed, a remarkable realization dawned upon me. The light seemed to synchronize with the gentle rhythm of my breath, as if acknowledging my presence in that forgotten space. The room hummed with whispers of conversations long silenced, the echo of train whistles, and the phantom echoes of travelers who once traversed through this yard. Seated in an old operator's chair, I became entranced by the interplay of light and shadow across the control panel. The rhythmic blinking of the lamp wove a tale of solitude, of signals sent out into the darkness, of connections forged and faded. My fingers traced the worn edges of the control panel, and a ghostly warmth seemed to linger, a remnant of hands long gone. Time slipped away as I sat there, enveloped in the gentle pulse of light and the nocturnal symphony that enveloped the room. The distant hoot of an owl melded with the wind's whisper through shattered windows, composing a lullaby of solitude that cradled me in its embrace. I noticed a subtle shift in the light's pattern, evolving into a complex code that beckoned my curiosity. In that moment, a gentle shiver traced its way down my spine. A realization dawned upon me that I was not merely an observer. The light was watching me, a silent sentinel of wisdom and age. Its glow reached out, painting stories on the walls in Morse code shadows, casting a warm light that whispered ancient secrets into the night. As the hours ebbed away, I uncovered logbooks filled with faded records of trains that had long departed, each entry a testament to the yard's forgotten past. The final notation, dated decades ago, bore a cryptic message: "The light knows the way home," accompanied by a series of dots and dashes that tugged at my heartstrings, resonating with an unspoken truth. When I departed the tower, the light continued its steady pulse, a beacon in the darkness that beckoned me back, a siren's call to unravel the mystery that lingered in the shadows. On quiet nights, I find myself matching my breath to the remembered rhythm of that light, wondering if it still whispers its ancient message in the abandoned yard, a silent guardian of forgotten tales. The story of the flickering light remains eternally unfinished in my mind, a half-remembered dream that lingers like a wisp of smoke. Some mysteries are meant to be felt, their power lying not in their resolution, but in the questions they sow, gentle as moth wings against a window pane, fluttering in the twilight of our thoughts. Story 19. On a bright afternoon, while tending to my garden bathed in sunlight, a serendipitous discovery unfolded before me. A loose floorboard in the corner of the shed beckoned my attention, revealing a hidden chamber veiled in secrecy and adorned with enigmatic relics and trinkets of a forgotten age. The air within was heavy with the fragrance of damp earth and ancient wood, setting a tranquil ambience that whispered tales of yesteryears, urging me to unravel the mysteries shrouded within. As the warm rays filtered through the dusty window, casting soft shadows upon the weathered tools and terracotta pots, my routine of organizing gardening supplies took an unexpected turn. A peculiar board beneath my feet emitted a hollow resonance, leading me to kneel and explore further. With a gentle touch, the aged wood yielded to reveal a narrow staircase descending into the unknown depths below. The musty scent intensified as I ventured down, my hand tracing the rough stone wall, guided by a faint patter of distant water droplets. With each step, the temperature dropped, enveloping me in a cool embrace, while my flashlight unveiled shelves adorned with curious artifacts from diverse times and places. Delicate porcelain dolls with eyes that seemed to hold ancient secrets stood beside leather-bound journals chronicling snippets of past lives in elegant, faded script. Brass instruments, silent yet resonant with untold melodies, shared space with a peculiar music box adorned with a garden scene mirroring my own, emitting whispers of spring blooms with a mere touch. Immersed in the enigmatic atmosphere, I noticed intricate details challenging my perception of reality. The room's dimensions hinted at an extension beyond the shed's boundaries, marked by celestial patterns foreign to any sky above. Hours slipped away unnoticed as I delved deeper, entranced by the quiet exploration of this subterranean treasury. The room seemed alive, with subtle movements stirring the air, accompanied by distant hums akin to a soothing lullaby echoing through hidden corridors. Among a collection of aged photographs capturing moments of revelation in my garden across eras, I recognized a shared sense of wonder reflected in the subject's eyes, mirroring my own astonishment. The journals, filled with unfamiliar flora sketches and tales of nature's elusive secrets, hinted at a profound connection between the underground sanctuary and the garden above, blurring the lines of reality. As daylight waned, shifting patterns danced across the room, guided by sunbeams that painted a transient exhibition on the floor, casting new light on each artifact like a celestial curator. A peculiar key, nestled within a hidden desk, symbolized unanswered questions and unsolved mysteries, its purpose veiled in mystery, perhaps destined to remain unopened. Emerging from the hidden chamber, time seemed to have stood still, the garden bathed in the same golden light as before, concealing the passage of what felt like hours within mere minutes. The shed settled back into its tranquil state, guarding the secret shared between us with a whispered sigh. Contemplating the profound impact of my discovery amidst the garden's evening serenity, I found solace in the newfound perspective it bestowed upon my world. The flowers whispered secrets of understanding, and the breeze carried echoes of enlightenment, weaving a tapestry of mystery and wonder that now colored my existence. To this day, I nurture my garden with a renewed sense of purpose, mindful of the hidden chamber's infinite allure beneath the surface. Occasionally, elusive reflections in the shed's window hint at messages from the depths below, intertwining my daily life with the enigmatic mysteries found within. The secrets of the hidden room have seamlessly integrated into my routine, adding a subtle layer of intrigue to each passing day. Kept sacred and undisclosed, I often wonder if others have stumbled upon this ethereal sanctuary through different paths at different junctures in time. As my garden flourishes with an otherworldly vibrancy, occasional trinkets from the hidden chamber surface among the blooms, carried by an enigmatic current of time and memory. The concealed room beneath the garden shed remains a tranquil enigma, where time flows like honey and questions drift unanswered, reminding me of the boundless wonders awaiting discovery beneath the veil of the ordinary. In the quiet depths of the earth, hidden mysteries slumber, patiently waiting for those willing to peer beyond the surface and embrace the infinite wonder that lies beneath. Story 20. In a dimly lit corner of an overlooked library, I stumbled upon a fragile manuscript with pages the color of aged parchment, adorned with cryptic footnotes. Each minuscule comment, written in an unfamiliar script, hinted at a concealed tale waiting to be unveiled. The scent of musty paper and faded ink hung in the air, adding an element of intrigue that beckoned me to unravel the enigmatic lore hidden within. With a soft, crackling sound, I gingerly turned the brittle pages, feeling the weight of centuries-old dust beneath my fingertips. The main text appeared to be a scholarly discourse on medieval folklore, but the footnotes whispered a different narrative. Initially, the annotations seemed ordinary, containing scholarly references and brief explanations. However, as I delved further into the manuscript, a subtle shift occurred. The handwriting on the margins became more urgent, the ink bleeding deeper into the yellowed paper. Academic citations gave way to personal reflections, then transformed into what appeared to be diary entries. The anonymous annotator described eerie noises in deserted corridors, shadows dancing in defiance of light, and whispers resonating in empty spaces. Lost in a world of ink and ancient secrets, I found myself spending endless hours in that secluded nook of the library, surrounded by towering shelves that seemed to lean in, as if listening intently to my every breath. A warm golden glow from the desk lamp bathed the pages in a soft light while casting the gaps between the shelves into shadowy depths. As dusk descended, the shadows stretched and slithered across the floor like inky tendrils. One footnote in particular captured my curiosity. It contained a sequence of numbers resembling dates but following no recognizable calendar. Below them, in slightly trembling script, were the words, "The patterns emerge only in darkness. They speak of what lies between moments in the spaces where time folds upon itself." As I pondered these enigmatic words, peculiar occurrences began to manifest in my own life. Books materialized on my desk without my intervention. The library layout seemed to rearrange itself in my absence, and the rustle of turning pages echoed through the air even when the manuscript lay closed before me. The footnotes grew more personal, as though the annotator was aware they were communicating with a future reader with me. They hinted at a dawning realization, a gradual understanding that the manuscript transcended mere paper and ink. The annotations had become a conduit, bridging not just pages but centuries. Time lost its grip as I delved deeper into the mysterious marginalia, the library clocks ticking slowing to a halt, the quality of light in the room remaining constant despite the passage of hours. Immersed in a tranquil twilight that lingered on the cusp of darkness, the footnotes led me on a journey through interwoven references, unveiling ancient civilizations that manipulated time like a delicate craft, scholars who deciphered the spaces between words, and libraries existing beyond the confines of linear time. Approaching the final pages, the annotations shifted from urgency to contemplation, exuding a sense of peace and acceptance. The last footnote bore a simple message. To comprehend time, one must step outside its bounds. You, the reader of these words, have already embarked on the journey. Upon lifting my gaze from the manuscript, I detected a change in the silence enveloping me. It felt profound, pregnant with untold stories waiting to be unraveled. The shadows between the shelves ceased to be empty voids, instead teeming with subtle movements like curtains swaying in an invisible breeze. I now frequent the library daily, though the passage of time eludes me. The manuscript rests where I first discovered it, its contents shifting and evolving with each perusal. At times, I catch fleeting glimpses of other readers in the periphery of my vision, scholars from bygone eras drawn to the same mysterious footnotes. We share a silent communion, connected by an unspoken understanding. The true essence of the manuscript remains elusive, yet I've come to realize that some mysteries are meant to be experienced rather than solved. Amidst the hushed whispers of ancient pages, I've unearthed a different kind of wisdom, one that resides in the nebulous realm between knowledge and discovery. I continue to unravel the manuscript's secrets, guided by the enigmatic footnotes that weave a tapestry of meaning. Perhaps one day you too will stumble upon this manuscript, and when you do, remember that the most profound mysteries are those that transform us not through revelations, but through the gentle dance of curiosity. Story 21. In the hushed embrace of midnight, as I lay nestled in my bed, a stray echo brushed against my senses, a voice both hauntingly familiar and achingly distant. The whisper of the air conditioner and the gentle rustle of leaves outside intertwined, creating a spectral harmony that stirred memories of a presence I had long believed to be gone. That night, my bedroom seemed to hold a different aura, bathed in the ethereal glow of the moon, casting silver patterns on the walls, shapes that appeared to pulsate with a subtle, breathing rhythm. The air itself carried a peculiar weight, akin to the pregnant pause before a storm, where all is hushed and anticipatory. I observed how the shadows deepened in the corners, pooling like silent conspirators gathering to exchange long-held secrets. The voice returned, softer this time, riding on the edge of perception like wind chimes swaying in a gentle breeze, melodic yet tinged with a profound sense of melancholy. With a slow, deliberate movement, I sat up, the blanket slipping off with a whisper of fabric against fabric. The cool, solid touch of the wooden floor beneath my feet grounded me in reality as my thoughts drifted towards the enigmatic. Navigating through my home at night had always been a familiar ritual of muscle memory and cautious footsteps, but on this night, each room exuded an unfamiliar essence. The hallway stretched out before me, its walls seeming to absorb the dim light rather than reflect it back. Family photographs observed my passage with distant gazes trapped behind glass, their once familiar faces now bearing a newfound distance. Led by the elusive voice, I found myself drawn to my study, where rows of books lined the walls, their spines creating a tapestry of muted colors in the darkness. My old reading chair sat empty, yet an air of expectancy lingered around it, as if someone had just vacated its comforting embrace. The leather still held the residual warmth of a recent occupant, and beside it my grandmother's antique table lamp cast a soft amber glow, its light seemingly pulsating with each whisper of the unseen. Something peculiar caught my eye among the collection of vinyl records a single album slightly askew from the rest, its sleeve bearing the traces of frequent handling. I couldn't recall the last time I had reached for it, yet there it stood, a patient messenger awaiting my attention. The dust cover of the record player was raised, a detail that contradicted my memory of closing it the previous evening. Almost as if guided by an unseen force, my hands lifted the record from its sleeve. The vinyl gleamed under the lamp's light, creating mesmerizing concentric circles that spiraled towards the center, beckoning me to listen. As the needle found its groove on the turntable, music filled the room, not the orchestral symphony I anticipated, but the gentle patter of rain on a tin roof, intermingled with distant piano notes that seemed to echo from the depths of time itself. The voice intertwined with these sounds, its timbre clearer now, weaving words that felt like fractured fragments of a conversation from a dream. It spoke of summer evenings spent on a porch swing, of promises whispered beneath starlit skies, and of time slipping away like grains of sand through gentle fingers. My grandmother's antique clock continued its steady ticking in the corner, each swing of the pendulum stretching into an eternal moment. The voice carried on, evoking memories of her of evenings spent listening to her tales, her hands deftly working on needlework, while the same lamp cast its warm glow over our shared moments. Had she known of this voice, had she left behind a message that I was only beginning to decipher? A subtle shift in the room's temperature created whispering currents of air, causing the dance of light from the lamp to flicker and sway. In the depths of each shadow, intricate patterns emerged, reminiscent of the lace doilies my grandmother used to craft, subtle designs that seemed to hold hidden significance. Sinking into the worn embrace of the reading chair, I felt enveloped by its familiar contours as the voice continued its otherworldly soliloquy. The words took on a rhythm that mirrored the pendulum's swing of the clock, weaving a hypnotic tapestry of memory and enigma. Tracing my fingers along the grooves of the chair's armrests, worn smooth by years of similar touch, I noticed the bookshelves seemed to breathe in time with the voice, their contents subtly shifting. One book stood out among the rest, a volume of poetry gifted to me by my grandmother long ago. Its spine glowed faintly in the lamplight, and I realized the voice was reciting verses I had once read aloud to her during her final days. Time itself seemed to warp, flowing like honey in winter, rich with significance yet resistant to conventional measurement. With each passing moment, the voice grew clearer, though its message remained just beyond complete comprehension. It spoke of connections that transcended the boundaries of time, of a love that resonated across generations, of memories that lingered in the spaces between heartbeats. As the soft hues of dawn crept through the window, heralding the arrival of a new day, the voice began to fade. The record continued its silent revolution, the needle tracing an endless path on the vinyl. The light from the lamp pulsed one final time, and in that fleeting moment, a profound realization washed over me, a revelation about the intricate dance between memory and loss, about how certain voices never truly depart, but instead wait for the opportune moment to share their truths. When the morning fully unfurled its light, I found myself still seated in the reading chair, the record player now silent, the lamp extinguished. The room bore no visible traces of the nocturnal odyssey, save for a solitary book of poetry resting open on the side table, its pages adorned with my grandmother's delicate annotations. Whether the experience was a dream or reality mattered less than the lingering sense it left behind, a connection to something vast and mysterious, yet intimately known. Though the voice had faded with the night, its echo remained, a gentle reminder that some mysteries are meant to be felt rather than unraveled, experienced rather than explained. In the quiet moments that followed, I found solace in the ambiguity, in the liminal space between certainty and curiosity, where the most exquisite enigmas found their dwelling place. Story 22. Ascending a set of decaying stone steps in a hidden courtyard, my eyes caught sight of an unfamiliar symbol deeply etched into the aged surface. This symbol glowed faintly under the soft, filtered light, while the cool, mossy scent of weathered stone danced around me, piquing my curiosity. I stood still, transfixed by the enigmatic carving, as if it held the key to a long-buried secret. The symbol bore no resemblance to anything I had encountered before, intricate swirls entwined with angular lines that seemed to shift subtly as I moved. Kneeling down for a closer look, the smooth stone surprisingly radiated warmth under my fingertips, defying the chill of the autumn air. A gentle breeze caressed the surrounding trees, carrying the fragrant whispers of late-blooming flowers and aging leaves. Each night I found myself drawn back to those steps, observing how the fading sunlight danced on the weathered surface, making the symbol seem to pulse with a soft inner light. The more I gazed at it, the more peculiar details of the courtyard revealed themselves to me. The ivy creeping along the adjacent walls purposefully avoided the area around the marked step, creating a perfect circle of bare stone. On exceptionally quiet evenings, a faint humming seemed to emanate from beneath the surface, akin to a distant melody played on crystal glasses. During one of my visits, I brought along my sketchbook to capture the symbol's essence. As I sketched its lines on paper, my hand moved with an odd fluidity, as if guided by an unseen hand. The resulting drawing unveiled intricate details I hadn't consciously registered before, tiny markings surrounding the main symbol that formed what appeared to be words in an unknown script. Strangely enough, when I returned the following day to confirm these details, the additional markings had subtly shifted position, akin to constellations slowly revolving in the night sky. As the days grew shorter and autumn began to wane, I started timing my visits to align with sunset. The golden hour cast elongated shadows across the courtyard, and in that mystical light I made a remarkable discovery. When the sun hit just the right angle, the symbol cast a shadow stretching across the courtyard, pointing to a small alcove previously unnoticed by me. Within this shadowed nook, barely perceptible, lay a collection of similar marks, each distinct yet somehow linked to the initial symbol. With winter's arrival, bringing early evenings and glistening frost, I noticed how the symbol seemed to repel the ice that blanketed the surrounding stone. While the rest of the steps were coated in a delicate white frost each morning, the marked area remained clear, as if internally warmed. On particularly frigid nights, a wispy mist would rise from the symbol, curling into shapes resembling letters before dissolving into the wintry air. The symbol began to invade my dreams, morphing into doorways and pathways leading to places I couldn't quite recollect upon waking. These dreams left me with a profound serenity, despite their enigmatic nature. In my waking moments, I found myself humming an unfamiliar melody somehow linked to the mark, a soothing, rolling tune evoking distant waves and ancient tree whispers. One evening, as I perched on the steps watching the daylight fade, an elderly woman materialized in the courtyard. Moving with a silent grace, her silver hair captured the dwindling light like spun moonbeams. Without a word, she sat beside me and traced the symbol with a weathered finger. The faint humming I often heard grew slightly louder, and for an instant the air seemed to shimmer with myriad points of light, akin to stars descended to earth. When I turned to question her about the symbol, she had vanished as silently as she arrived. Yet her mysterious departure evoked no fear or surprise in me, only a profound connection to something vast and ancient. In her wake, she left a small, smooth stone that fit snugly in my hand. When held up to the light, a miniature version of the symbol was etched into its surface. Now I continue my daily pilgrimages to the steps, carrying the stone in my pocket like a charm. The mystery of the symbol remains unsolved, but I've realized that some secrets are meant to be felt rather than understood, experienced rather than explained. The mark on the worn steps has become a portal to contemplation, a gentle nudge that in familiar places, magic and mystery lie just beneath the surface, awaiting those who pause to observe. At times, in the tranquil interludes between day and night, I fancy I can hear the old woman's voice carried on the evening breeze, humming that strange, beautiful melody. Though I may never fully decipher the symbol's meaning or purpose, I've discovered a peculiar tranquility in its presence, a gentle reminder that not all mysteries demand unraveling to be cherished. Story 23. On a moonlit journey homeward in the hush of night, the subway car, nearly deserted, bore a weighty presence. A lone figure occupied the shadowy recess, their gaze fixed on me as the train rumbled through dim tunnels. The air hung heavy with the mingled sense of sweat and stagnation, and a disquieting sensation of scrutiny descended upon me. The gentle sway of the car and the rhythmic clack of wheels on tracks wove a hypnotic melody that typically would have ushered me into slumber. Yet this night held a different cadence. My focus kept veering back to the stranger, whose mere existence seemed to warp the very essence of reality around them. The flickering fluorescent lights above sporadically cast eerie shadows that danced along the worn metal walls. I discerned an oddity about my fellow traveler. Their silhouette appeared slightly blurred, as if seen through a rain-splattered pane. With each blink or shift of my gaze, their contours momentarily sharpened before softening once more. The subtlety of the effect might have been attributed to my weary eyes had it not been for the unfolding events. The stranger extended a hand in what seemed a gesture of greeting, yet the motion left lingering trails in the air, akin to the way sparklers trace luminescent paths in the night sky. Each movement birthed ripples in the space surrounding them, warping the advertisements on the walls behind. A chill crept into the car, causing goosebumps to prickle on my skin. Time seemed to stretch and contract, breath by breath. The intervals between stations elongated, the darkness beyond the windows deepened to an impenetrable black. The usual ambient symphony of the subway, the rush of air, the mechanical groans, the distant echoes faded to a velvety silence, leaving only the steady throb of wheels on tracks. I found myself studying the attire of the stranger, a blend of modernity and antiquity. A coat that could have graced a back yesterday or a century past, shoes that shifted styles in the periphery of my vision. Their countenance remained veiled in shadow despite the overhead illumination, as if darkness itself gravitated towards them. The stranger began to hum, though the sound eluded my ears. Instead, the melody reverberated within my chest, an ethereal tune evoking childhood lullabies and forgotten reveries. Despite the weight of drowsiness settling upon me, I resisted the pull to close my heavy lids, ensnared between comfort and disquiet. Subtle metamorphoses began to ripple through the subway car. Advertisements displayed altered images in my peripheral vision. The metal poles seemed to bend at impossible angles before snapping back to normalcy when directly observed. The windows reflected scenes that defied reality: verdant gardens, ancient libraries, distant constellations. Stranger rose gracefully, moving as fluidly as water in weightless space. Advancing towards me, I noted their feet barely grazed the floor. An opalescent shimmer enveloped them, akin to heat waves rising from sun-baked pavement. Their very presence exuded an aura of timeless wisdom and boundless patience. Seating themselves across from me, a fleeting glimpse revealed a visage both kind and ancient, familiar yet impossible to fix in memory. When they spoke, their voice rustled like wind through autumn foliage. "You perceive beyond most," they intoned, though their lips remained still. "Rare is it to encounter one awake at this hour in the realm of reality." Desiring to respond, to voice the myriad questions swirling within, I found myself enfolded in a profound tranquility. The rhythmic sway of the train cradled me, and the obsidian void beyond the windows metamorphosed into a comforting embrace. The stranger's presence ceased to menace, transforming into a reunion with an old friend whose name lingered just beyond reach. Upon reopening my eyes, solitude greeted me in the subway car. The fluorescent lights hummed with customary harshness, the advertisements hawking their familiar wares. The air had reverted to its normal temperature, and the symphony of the subway reclaimed its routine cadence. Yet a change had occurred. A subtle iridescence clung to my attire in the window's reflection, akin to dewdrops in a spider's web. And nestled within my pocket lay a ticket stub, unremembered in purchase, inscribed with characters of an unknown alphabet that whispered comprehension to my soul. Henceforth, during nocturnal subway sojourns, I keenly observed my fellow passengers. Occasionally, when the light strikes just so, I glimpse blurred edges and lingering afterimages. And on rare occasions, I perceive a distant hum that resonates not in my ears, but in my very core, a reminder that reality flows far more fluidly than we fathom, especially within those twilight realms betwixt here and there, betwixt wakefulness and slumber. Story 24. In the hush of a tranquil afternoon saunter through a forsaken courtyard, a captivating, spicy fragrance captivated my senses, its presence a curious anomaly amidst the gradual decay surrounding me. The scent, a captivating fusion of exotic spices and aged stone, drifted through the air as if carrying a cryptic message from another realm. Step by step, I felt an inexplicable pull towards the origin of this alluring perfume, driven by an insatiable urge to unravel the enigma shrouding it. The courtyard, a sanctuary lost to time, was enclosed by weathered walls cloaked in ancient ivy. Whispers of autumn breezes stirred fallen leaves across weathered flagstones, crafting a delicate symphony that seemed to harmonize with the mystical fragrance lingering in the air. As the late afternoon sun cast its golden glow through a canopy of gnarled branches overhead, intricate shadows danced languidly across the ground, beckoning me further into the ethereal space. Gradually, subtle shifts in the atmosphere became apparent as I neared a particular corner adorned by an old, weathered wooden door, its surface etched with faded, ornate patterns. The scent evoked elusive memories, reminiscent of fleeting moments from childhood winters or dreams just beyond reach upon waking. My attention was drawn to a peculiar stone bench nestled against the ivy-clad wall. Despite its weathered surface worn smooth by the passage of countless years, it exuded a strangely comforting warmth beneath my fingertips as I settled upon it. The fragrance seemed to pulse gently, akin to a distant, steady heartbeat, enveloping me in an inexplicable sense of solace. From this vantage point, previously overlooked details began to reveal themselves. Intricate symbols adorned the bases of nearby columns, their original meanings lost to the sands of time. They appeared to shift subtly with changing perspectives, an illusion perhaps born from the play of light. The ivy draped across the ancient walls seemed to quiver intermittently, even in the absence of any discernible breeze. Time itself seemed to ebb and flow within this hidden enclave. Shadows stretched at an unnatural pace, and minutes blurred into hours, or so it seemed. The spicy aroma would intermittently intensify, then dissipate, only to reappear from an entirely new direction, guiding me through an unseen ballet of scents. Whispers of cinnamon, hints of cardamom, echoes of something ancient and profound. One evening, an elderly gardener materialized as I sat in contemplation, tending to foliage in a distant corner. When I inquired about the mysterious fragrance, she offered a knowing smile but no explanation, simply remarking, "Some places retain memories we have long forgotten." Before I could delve further, she vanished behind a hedge, leaving me to ponder her cryptic words. The enigma deepened with the appearance of curious objects on the bench during subsequent visits. A tarnished brass key with no discernible lock, a withered flower of an unknown species, a scrap of parchment bearing elegant script inscribed in an unfamiliar tongue. Each item vanished before my next return, replaced by equally perplexing artifacts. Weeks unfolded and the courtyard beckoned me almost daily, the fragrance evolving subtly with each encounter, yet retaining its core essence. Shadows flickered at the edge of my vision, fleeting specters that dissolved upon direct gaze. One serene evening, as the fading sunlight bathed the walls in a warm amber glow, a wisp of fragrant smoke spiraled from between two flagstones near the bench. It twisted in intricate patterns, almost resembling letters, before fading into the encroaching darkness. The smoke carried the familiar spicy scent, intensified and immediate. A daring touch caused a gentle warmth to tingle through my fingers, briefly connecting me to an ancient, expansive presence. Visions flashed through my mind, a tapestry of generations past, each individual encountering their own iteration of the mystery enshrouding this sacred space. Their stories intertwined with mine, weaving a collective narrative that transcended the confines of time. As winter approached, the fragrance shifted once more, growing elusive and ethereal. The courtyard assumed a new guise in the chill of the season, yet the veil of mystery remained undisturbed. The scent now manifested only at specific junctures, dawn, dusk, and those fleeting moments when time itself seemed to halt. To this day I return to the courtyard, the spicy fragrance a steadfast companion whose origins remain a riddle unsolved. At times, a semblance of understanding teases my grasp, only to morph into new enigmas that deepen the allure of this mystical realm. Perhaps some mysteries are not meant to be unraveled, but rather savored, embraced, and carried as cherished secrets. The words of the elderly gardener linger in my mind as I sit upon the ancient bench, inhaling the enigmatic fragrance. In these quiet interludes, I ponder if it is not the place that remembers, but the memories themselves seeking a conduit to share their untold tales with. Story 25. Venturing into a mansion forgotten by time, I was enveloped in a profound hush that seemed to pulse with a living essence. Within the grand foyer, adorned with portraits obscured by layers of dust and drapes worn to tatters, the quietness exuded a sense of breathing history. Each creak of the aged floorboards and every whisper of the wind seeping through shattered windows sang tales of bygone eras, beckoning me to listen intently. The waning light of the late afternoon filtered through worn curtains, casting elongated shadows that waltzed across faded wallpaper. My footsteps, muffled echoes, resonated softly as I ventured further into the dwelling, the air stirred by the gentle descent of dust particles. The aroma of ancient wood and forsaken memories wafted around me, as distant sounds of branches caressing glass created a delicate rhythm in the stillness. My curiosity led me to a majestic staircase, its once grand banister now dulled by the passage of time. Ascending, my hand trailing along the polished wood, I observed a peculiar phenomenon. The dust beneath my touch vanished, revealing gleaming sections as if freshly polished. Despite the surrounding chill, the wood emitted a faint warmth, a sensation that puzzled me. The second floor unveiled a lengthy corridor lined with shut doors. Here the silence adopted a different quality, dense and pregnant, akin to the pause between heartbeats. I noticed a subtle shift in temperature as I passed each door. Some areas exuded a gentle warmth, while others harbored pockets of cool air, prompting me to draw my jacket tighter. A door slightly ajar caught my attention, offering a glimpse of an antiquated study bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun. Books adorned the walls from floor to ceiling, their faded spines hinting at the wisdom they held. A massive wooden desk took center stage, its surface blanketed in a thin layer of dust save for one clear spot, a perfect circle, as if a recent item had been moved. Approaching the desk, the floorboards sighed beneath my weight, the chair angled as if someone had just vacated it moments ago. Within the dust-free circle on the desk's surface, I discerned a faint trace of writing, visible only when caught in the right light. Drawing nearer, I deciphered the words, "We never truly leave." As the sun descended, elongating shadows across the study floor, I perceived subtle shifts in the room's ambience. Gentle currents of air moved, though no windows were open. Books emitted soft, settling sounds, their pages rustling as if turned by unseen hands. Seating myself in the desk chair, I ran my fingers along the smooth wood grain of the desktop. The room now enveloped me in a cozy warmth, distinct from the cool dampness elsewhere in the mansion. Engrossed in the tableau, I discerned a melodic quality in the ambient sounds, the creak of wood, the distant wind's echo, the subtle movements of objects as though they communicated in a language just beyond my comprehension. Time seemed fluid within that space, minutes or hours slipping away as I absorbed the atmosphere. The encroaching darkness beyond the windows bore no threat. Instead, it cocooned the study like a familiar embrace, rendering the room more intimate. Dust motes pirouetting in the fading light formed shifting patterns resembling writing or faces, eluding my focus. As night descended in full, a remarkable occurrence unfolded. The dust-free circle on the desk emitted a faint luminescence, barely perceptible yet undeniably present. The glow pulsed rhythmically, akin to a breath, causing subtle fluctuations in the room's temperature with each throb. The words "we never truly leave" shimmered in the darkened room, Compelled by an inexplicable urge, I extended my hand to touch the glowing circle, and a profound tranquility washed over me. The mansion's silence transitioned into a melodious symphony of subtle sounds that had always lingered, unheard until now. Each creak and whisper bore significance, narrating the stories of those who had occupied the very spot before me. When I eventually rose to depart, I noticed my watch had ceased its ticking at some point during my reverie. The darkness now felt palpable, akin to a sentient presence rather than a mere absence of light. Journeying back through the corridor and down the stairs, I realized that the mansion's silence had never been vacant. It brimmed with untold stories, patiently awaiting a listener attuned enough to perceive their whispers. Recollections of that mansion haunt me, tempting me to revisit the study as the night descends. In the quietude of my own abode, I occasionally catch echoes of that musical silence, a reminder that spaces harbor more than mere memories. They safeguard fragments of all the souls who have traversed them, lingering in the dust and shadows, yearning for someone to acknowledge their enduring warmth. Story 26. Cruising down a rugged coastline, my eyes were drawn to an abandoned lighthouse defiantly standing against the relentless crash of waves. Its once vibrant red paint had faded, and its stones crumbled with a quiet sadness, as if it held the weight of lost sailors and forgotten dreams within its weathered walls. Amidst the howling wind and the salty embrace of the sea, a soft, sorrowful whisper seemed to linger in the air, a melancholic melody carried by the cloak of night. I found myself compelled to pull over, the headlights of my car casting long shadows on the worn path leading to the lighthouse. The gravel beneath my feet whispered softly as I stepped closer, each footfall deliberate and cautious. The evening air hung heavy with a sense of somber nostalgia, laden with the weight of memories long past. As twilight descended, delicate tendrils of mist curled around the base of the tower, resembling ghostly fingers yearning to touch the sky. Surprisingly, the door yielded easily to my touch, opening with a gentle groan that harmonized with the melancholic note echoing in the air. Inside, the atmosphere was dense with the fragrance of aged wood and sea salt, intermingled with a hint of something sweeter, perhaps the lingering essence of lamp oil from bygone eras. Ascending the spiral staircase, my hand trailed along the cool metal railing, each step resonating with a hollow echo in the silence. The wooden steps, polished smooth by the passage of countless souls before me, creaked softly in recognition of my presence. Through salt-crusted windows, I glimpsed the darkening sky painted in deep purples and blues, pulsating with an ethereal energy that seemed to transcend the earthly realm. The keeper's quarters, nestled just below the lantern room, exuded an aura of suspended time. Dust motes danced in the beam of my flashlight, swirling like miniature galaxies. An open logbook lay on a simple wooden desk, its pages yellowed with age, the final entry dated decades ago. Yet it was the gentle sway of a rocking chair by the window, moving ever so slightly in the still air, that captured my attention. Photographs adorned the walls, depicting the lighthouse at various times of the day and year, always featuring the same figure gazing out to sea from the gallery rail. A woman in a flowing dress, her face turned towards the horizon, her hair caught in a perpetual breeze. In each frame, she appeared to be waiting, watching, yearning. As I ascended to the lantern room, the whisper evolved into a haunting presence, not quite a voice, but a lingering memory imbued with longing and patience. The colossal Fresnel lens commanded the circular space, its pristine prisms capturing the dwindling twilight and refracting it into a myriad of rainbow fragments that danced across the room. It struck me as peculiar how something long abandoned could remain immaculate. Enraptured by the rhythmic cadence of distant waves below, a haunting melody began to fill the air. Clear and pure like the chiming of crystal, the notes rose from within the lighthouse, evoking a beauty so profound that tears welled in my eyes, yet heavy with a sorrow that pierced my soul. It narrated tales of endless nights spent waiting, of ships lost to the abyss, of a love that endured beyond death itself. In an instant, the temperature plummeted, and a presence materialized beside me, though unseen by my eyes. The fragrance of lavender and sea spray enveloped me, and in the reflection of the lens, I glimpsed a woman in a pale gown, her gaze fixed upon the distant horizon. But when I turned to face her, she vanished, leaving only the lingering strains of her ethereal song intertwined with the whisper of the wind. Respecting the profound melancholy that enveloped the lighthouse, I descended with deliberate steps, each one a testament to the gravity of the moment. The photographs now held a different aura, the woman's visage clearer, her expression a blend of hope and resignation. It became clear to me that she was not captive within these walls. She had willingly chosen to remain, keeping her eternal vigil. Seated in my car for a prolonged moment, I watched as the first stars emerged above the lighthouse on the horizon. The whisper lingered, no longer mysterious or disquieting, but rather a gentle reminder that some bonds transcend time, some duties endure beyond the veil of death. Even now, years later, on tranquil nights when the wind carries a certain cadence, I occasionally hear that haunting melody. It evokes her presence, standing steadfast in her lantern room, watching over lost souls and casting her light into the darkness. I have come to realize that not all places haunted by the past are meant to invoke fear. Some exist simply to impart a profound truth, that love, duty, and remembrance are forces so potent that they resonate through the ages, like a whispered lullaby that echoes through eternity, soothing the weary souls who dare to listen. Story 27. In the forgotten shadows of my home, amidst old belongings and memories long tucked away, I stumbled upon a locked drawer nestled within an ancient desk. With a gentle touch and a bit of coaxing, the drawer yielded to my persistence, revealing a secret kept hidden for years. Nestled within its confines was a fragile note, delicately folded and aged to a soft yellow hue. The script upon the paper danced elegantly, hinting at untold tales of the house's past, shrouded in mystery and time. As I unfurled the paper with a cautious grace, the faint scent of cedar and ink wafted up, wrapping me in a cloak of nostalgia and curiosity. The evening light filtered through lace curtains, painting the room in a soft glow that whispered of bygone days. Shadows pirouetted across the worn surface of the desk, weaving a silent tale of their own. The note bore a date from a distant era, addressing a dearest friend with a confession heavy on the writer's heart. Each word drew me deeper into a narrative of strange occurrences within these very walls, phantom footsteps echoing down empty hallways, objects moving of their own accord, and the mysterious appearance of fresh blooms in a vase under the full moon's watchful eye. Lost in the writer's words, I sank into the embrace of my chair, spellbound by the secrets unfurling before me. Tales of a hidden chamber whispered through the lines, a chamber veiled behind walls steeped in secrets and silence. Within its confines lay not riches of gold or gems, but treasures far more precious, memories immortalized in the dance of time. The steady tick-tock of the grandfather clock wove a hypnotic melody as I delved further into the writer's revelations. An old journal, unearthed from the depths of the house, chronicled the lives of those who had walked its halls before. These were not mere records, but echoes of shared dreams and whispered legacies, transcending generations in an ethereal dance. As night unfurled its dark shroud outside my windows, I kindled a brass lamp, casting a warm embrace over the pages before me. The note spoke of cryptic symbols etched into doorways, a language woven into the very fabric of the house. A map of sorts, leading the seeker to the hidden chamber where time stood still. My fingertips traced the inked lines, following the writer's quest to decipher the enigmatic symbols that held the key to unlocking the chamber's door. Moonlight bathed the room in silver hues, illuminating the dance of shadows that played across the walls like whispers of the past. The writer's musings painted the house as a living, breathing entity, a guardian of memories and keeper of time's secrets. Not a specter to fear, but a gentle custodian of tales long forgotten, waiting to be unveiled by a willing heart. With each revelation, the note wove a tapestry of dreams and memories, blurring the lines between past and present. A woman in a blue gown, a silent sentinel of time, graced the writer's visions, her enigmatic smile a harbinger of truths yet unknown. In the note's final riddle lay a promise of revelation, a call to listen not with ears but with the soul. The stroke of midnight, the 13th toll, the moonlight's caress on the 7th step, a cryptic map to the heart of the house's mysteries. As I folded the note once more, a subtle sketch caught my eye, a familiar pattern etched in ink, stirring a sense of déjà vu. The room around me had shifted, the air thick with the weight of untold stories, of whispers carried on the breeze. I returned the note to its resting place, leaving the drawer unlocked, a silent invitation to the unfolding enigma. The house pulsed with a newfound energy, a silent promise of revelations yet to come, like the first light of dawn breaking on the horizon. In the deepening night, surrounded by the hushed cadence of the clock and the distant echo of bells, I pondered the mysteries laid bare by the note. And in the stillness, a rustle of fabric, a whisper of silk, brushed past me like a fleeting dream. The night held its secrets close, cradling me in its embrace as I drifted into dreams, where the woman in blue awaited, her smile a beacon in the vast expanse of time. And as the world slumbered on, the house whispered its tales to the stars, a lullaby of forgotten memories and untold truths. Story 28. On a misty evening, I wandered along a groaning pier that extended into a bay cloaked in fog. Amid the soothing rhythm of lapping waves and the distant calls of seabirds, a mysterious melody began to weave through the air, an enigmatic symphony orchestrated by the wind and water. The salty essence of the sea mingled with the aged aroma of weathered wood, enveloping the pier in a tranquil ambience, setting the stage for nature's clandestine concert. With each step I took on the worn planks, the fog enveloped me like a soft, gray veil. The time-worn boards beneath my feet whispered softly with each movement, adding a rhythmic undertone to the ethereal music that seemed to emanate from the very essence of the surroundings. The haunting yet calming melody, akin to a long-forgotten lullaby played on unseen strings, surrounded me in its embrace. The lanterns lining the pier cast warm pools of amber light through the mist, their halos swaying and dancing with the evening breeze. In their dim glow, a peculiar sight caught my eye. The railings appeared to vibrate ever so subtly, as if resonating with the mystical music that filled the air. As I reached out to touch the smooth, salt-weathered wood, a faint tremor greeted my hand, akin to the lingering echo of a struck tuning fork. Time seemed to flow differently in this ethereal realm, where the ordinary world felt distant, muffled by the encompassing fog. Moving deeper into the mist, the symphony evolved, transforming from a simple melody into a complex arrangement of harmonies, the whisper of wind through unseen crevices in the planks, the rhythmic beat of water against the pilings, and a haunting sound resembling distant voices singing in perfect unity. At the end of the pier loomed an ancient gazebo, its Victorian architecture barely discernible through the swirling mist. Its weathered dome rose like a phantom ship emerging from the haze. Approaching the gazebo, the mysterious music swelled to a gentle crescendo, as if reaching a climax. The ornate railings of the gazebo seemed to function as the pipes of an organ, each contributing its own unique note to the ethereal composition. Inside the gazebo, intricate patterns adorned the wooden ceiling spirals and waves that seemed to dance in the shifting light of the lanterns. A weathered brass plaque, nearly obscured by time and sea air, captured my attention. Though most of its inscription had faded, a few words stood out, in memory of the symphony, along with a date from a bygone era. The gentle music continued to fill the air as I settled onto an old wooden bench within the gazebo. The mist swirled around me in harmony with the melody, creating ephemeral shapes that seemed to waltz in the shifting light and shadows. As night descended, I realized that the usual chill of the waterfront was absent, replaced by a comforting warmth like a gentle caress. The lantern light pulsed in rhythm with the mysterious song, illuminating different facets of the intricate carvings above, casting a mesmerizing dance of light and shadow. In this liminal state between waking and dreaming, I came to understand that the pier itself was a grand instrument, a vast, weathered musical apparatus played by the hands of nature. Every plank, every railing, every post had been carefully positioned not just for utility, but for the symphony they would collectively produce when touched by the elements. The worn inscription on the plaque took on new significance. Perhaps the pier had been constructed not merely as a docking place for ships, but as a tribute to something or someone long forgotten. Each evening, under the right conditions, it performed its ethereal symphony for those willing to listen, a musical memorial etched into the fabric of time. As I prepared to depart, the haunting melody trailed behind me, fading gradually with each step, but never entirely disappearing. The fog parted slightly, revealing a gentle path leading back to shore. Even upon solid ground, the reverberations of that enigmatic music lingered within me like a half-remembered dream. To this day, I find myself drawn back to that pier on misty evenings, though the symphony never plays in quite the same manner twice. The music remains, ever-changing with the whims of weather, tide, and perhaps the souls who listen. It stands as one of those enigmas best left unsolved, a gentle reminder that some of life's most exquisite moments are those we cannot wholly comprehend. The encounter left me pondering a lingering question. Was I merely witnessing a natural phenomenon, an acoustic anomaly born of wind and structure? Or had I chanced upon something extraordinary, a fragment of history preserved not in archives or images, but in the eternal notes of a ceaseless symphony conducted by the sea itself? Story 29. Late one night, I found myself drawn to an abandoned cinema, its marquee a whisper of forgotten grandeur. Inside, the darkness enveloped me as a solitary projector flickered to life, casting spectral images onto the weathered screen. The air was thick with the nostalgia of popcorn and dust, carrying with it a silent tale of dreams and heartaches lost to time. Settling into a worn velvet seat at the back, I felt an inexplicable pull to uncover the story this neglected theater held within its walls. The gentle whir of the projector created a hypnotic rhythm, like a lullaby echoing from a distant past. Dust particles danced in the light, forming patterns that hinted at hidden meanings just beyond reach. In the shadows, I glimpsed subtle movements, like whispers of a long-forgotten dance. The screen flickered with scenes from an old film, each frame feeling intensely personal, as if I were peering into the memories of a stranger. A woman in a vintage dress moved through the scenes, her face always averted, her presence hauntingly enigmatic. As the film unfolded, I sensed a shift in the atmosphere, a whisper of words carried on an unseen breeze. Warm and cool currents mingled around me, as if the theater itself was alive with secrets. The leather armrests retained a ghostly warmth, as if someone had just vacated the seat beside me. The images on the screen began to warp and distort, revealing inconsistencies that defied logic. The sound of breathing filled the room, a soft rhythm that matched the beating of my own heart. The woman's movements mirrored my own, a strange reflection that sent shivers down my spine. A scent of jasmine permeated the air, mingling with the musty scent of the theater, evoking a melancholy that tugged at my soul. It was a melody of longing, a yearning for something just out of reach. The film shifted to show the theater itself, a vibrant past captured in black and white, with the mysterious woman scattered among the audience. Beneath the seat cushion, I discovered a weathered diary, its pages filled with entries chronicling visits to the theater, all ending with the same phrase, still searching for the perfect ending. The handwriting evolved over the years, yet maintained a familiar elegance that resonated with my own. As the film neared its conclusion, the woman turned towards the camera, only to be swallowed by static and darkness. The projector fell silent, leaving me in a world of dim red exit signs and whispered mysteries. Returning the diary to its hiding place, I felt a fleeting touch, a presence both tangible and ethereal. In the lobby, I caught a glimpse of the woman in the vintage dress, a phantom figure against the darkened screen. She raised her hand in a gesture that could have been a greeting or a farewell, then vanished into the shadows. And as I stood there, I realized that perhaps the perfect ending she sought was not in the film, but in the shared experience of solitude and longing. Years later, the scent of jasmine still lingers in the air when I watch old movies, a reminder of that night in the forgotten cinema. In those moments, I feel the weight of unseen eyes, watching and waiting for another soul who understands the beauty of stories left unfinished. Story 30, in a rare visit to a dilapidated, deserted theater, I settled into a seat in the dimly lit auditorium. The room fell into a hush, broken only by a subtle, almost elusive laughter that drifted through the aisles. This soft sound intertwined with the musty aroma of velvet curtains and decaying props, hinting that the theater, though now forsaken, retained echoes of nights filled with applause and happiness, now reduced to ghostly whispers. I had been lured here by whispers of the building's peculiar ambience, seeking inspiration for my writing. The weighty wooden doors groaned open at my touch, beckoning me into a space suspended between past and present. Dust motes pirouetted in slender rays of light filtering through lofty windows, crafting ethereal patterns that danced like phantom performers on an unseen stage. The crimson velvet seats, though faded, exuded a certain grace. Tracing my fingertips along their worn fabric, I sensed the tales woven into their fibers endless evenings of entertainment, romance, and enchantment. The air carried a faint sweetness beneath its stale surface, evoking memories of old perfume and makeup powder, akin to the lingering essence of performers long departed. As my eyes adjusted to the subdued light, subtle movements flickered in my peripheral vision. The heavy stage curtains occasionally stirred, defying the absence of any breeze. The gentle rustle of fabric paired with soft footsteps crossing the stage, their rhythm mirroring a forgotten dance. Amid the quiet, more sounds emerged, the gentle creak of floorboards, as if unseen actors took their places, and the soft whisper of pages turning like an invisible prompter rehearsing a script. These sounds weren't menacing, but rather soothing, wrapping me in a blanket of memories. Time seemed fluid within these walls, minutes elongated into hours as I sat immobile, absorbing the theater's tranquil symphony. The afternoon light shifted gradually, casting elongated shadows over the vacant seats. These shadows seemed to morph into shapes, silhouettes of a captivated audience, suggesting elegant evening attire and meticulously styled hair. The laughter I had heard earlier returned, accompanied now by what resembled muffled applause. Distant yet intimate, like a melody played at the gentlest volume. I shut my eyes, allowing the sound to wash over me. Upon reopening them, I could have sworn I glimpsed the flutter of a dress vanishing behind a column, the fabric catching the light fleetingly before fading away. As evening approached, the theater seemed to awaken. The temperature fluctuated unexpectedly, patches of warmth succeeded by cool breezes, as if unseen figures brushed past. The stage lights, dormant for years, held a faint, phosphorescent gleam, barely perceptible yet undeniably present. I felt drawn to the stage. Each creak of the wooden steps beneath my feet resonated through the empty expanse. Standing at the center stage, facing the sea of vacant seats that somehow felt occupied, the air buzzed with anticipation, akin to an audience holding its breath before a performance's opening line. From this vantage point, I noticed overlooked details. Trinkets scattered about the wings, a tarnished hand mirror, a lone glove, an aged script with yellowed, curling pages, arranged as if their owners had momentarily stepped away. The mirror's dulled surface occasionally captured reflections that defied logic, fleeting movements, splashes of color vanishing before focus could seize them. When I finally uttered, "Is anyone there?" my voice emerged as a mere whisper, absorbed by the darkness beyond the stage. The response arrived not swiftly, but as a gradual amalgamation of subtle sounds, the rustle of fabric, distant murmurs, the soft patter of footsteps, weaving together like an orchestral crescendo. Standing there, I comprehended that the theater wasn't truly vacant. It teemed with echoes, not solely of sound, but of moments, emotions, and experiences. Each performance, every chuckle, every tear shed in response to a poignant scene had left an imprint, birthing layers of memory palpable in the stillness. The laughter I had heard wasn't malicious or derisive. It exuded joy, appreciation, born of genuine entertainment and delight. It seemed as though the theater had absorbed these moments of bliss, occasionally releasing them back into our realm, akin to notes from a self-playing music box. As darkness crept in, signaling my departure, a gentle resistance seemed to emanate, as if the theater yearned to detain me a while longer. The exit door appeared more distant than recollection served, the path meandering through pools of shadow previously unseen. Upon reaching the door, I cast a final glance back. In that fleeting moment, the entire theater materialized as it must have been in its prime seats, brimming with shadowy figures, stage lights radiating warmth, curtains quivering with anticipation. Yet the vision dissolved swiftly, leaving behind the familiar void. Exiting, I grasped that empty was a misnomer. The theater brimmed with narratives, memories, moments preserved in time. And sometimes, if one listens keenly, echoes resound, an eternal spectacle for a lone spectator. The laughter I had heard lingered, a whisper that some places never truly forsake. They patiently amass memories until encountered by one attuned to the joy lingering in the shadows. Story 31. In the depths of my attic, surrounded by forgotten treasures of yesteryears, I stumbled upon a weathered album that held a hidden gem, a faded photograph that beckoned me into its mysterious world. The scene captured within its aged frame, frozen in time from decades past, seemed to possess a subtle, shifting quality as if whispering a forgotten tale. A faint fragrance of ancient roses and yellowed parchment wafted through the air, enveloping me in a cloak of nostalgia and intrigue. The soft rays of the late afternoon sun filtered through the dusty attic window, painting a warm, golden hue over the wooden floorboards. Nestled in an old rocking chair, the rhythmic creaking of aged wood beneath me lulled my senses into a tranquil state. My fingertips delicately traced the worn edges of the photograph, every crease and imperfection a tactile connection to the past. The image depicted a bygone garden party, a scene of elegance and grace lost in the annals of time. Women adorned in flowing gowns and men in dapper attire stood frozen in a moment of celebration, their serene smiles hinting at hidden stories. In the backdrop loomed a majestic Victorian house, its windows reflecting the setting sun of that distant evening. Amidst the gathered crowd, one figure stood out to me, a woman in a pearl-white dress, slightly apart from the rest, her enigmatic gaze fixed upon the camera. As I delved into her haunting visage, a peculiar sensation enveloped me, a subtle chill in the air, a heightened scent of roses that danced on the breeze. I closed my eyes, allowing the tranquility of the attic to embrace me fully. Upon reopening them, a subtle shift in the photo's ambience caught my eye. The once static sunset now pulsated with a soft, ethereal glow, casting a new light on the pearl-clad woman. Her posture seemed to alter ever so slightly, a delicate reach extending beyond the photograph's frame. Enthralled, I journeyed deeper into the enigmatic tableau before me. The ambient sounds morphed around me, the gentle creak of the rocking chair melded with distant strains of vintage music, echoing from a long-forgotten gramophone. The scent of roses intensified, mingling with hints of Earl Grey tea and freshly baked pastries, transporting me to a realm where time held no dominion. As my gaze remained fixed on the photograph, the boundaries between past and present blurred, the figures gaining a newfound vitality and depth, as if awakening from a slumber of ages. The pearl-clad woman emerged with striking clarity, a pendant adorning her neck that seemed to capture the very essence of light itself. The ambient temperature continued its gradual descent, prompting me to draw my sweater closer for warmth. Shadows lengthened within the attic, yet the photograph exuded a gentle luminescence, revealing intricate details previously unseen. A teacup poised delicately on a garden table, its contents swirling in a spectral dance. A butterfly suspended mid-flight, its delicate wings quivering in an unseen breeze. Time ebbed and flowed as I swayed in the ancient chair, the woman's gaze locking with mine across the veil of time, conveying a silent, cryptic message. The pendant gleamed once more, a familiar echo resonating in my soul akin to one discovered in my grandmother's jewelry box long ago. A subtle connection unfurled like a whisper in a silent room, weaving threads of memory and mystery into the tapestry of my consciousness. As twilight descended outside the attic window, the ambient light dimmed, yet the photograph retained its ethereal radiance. The woman's outstretched hand now seemed to gesture towards a concealed entrance within the distant house, beckoning me to ponder the secrets it safeguarded. The faint strains of music grew clearer, a waltz perhaps seeping through the fabric of reality. The party guests in the image swayed in a spectral dance, ensnared in an eternal moment of revelry. The pearl-clad woman remained motionless, her enigmatic smile holding a secret known only to her. It then dawned on me her features bore a striking resemblance to my grandmother in her youth, weaving a tapestry of recollections and whispers long forgotten. As the night's embrace tightened its grip, the photograph gradually reverted to its original state, the figures frozen in time, the music receding like a retreating tide. Only the lingering scent of roses remained, mingled with the familiar mustiness of the attic's embrace. Reverently, I returned the photograph to its resting place within the album, a promise of future revelations lingering in the air. Descending the attic stairs, the weight of my grandmother's pendant nestled against my heart, a silent witness to the mysteries unveiled. In the hush of the evening, the distant strains of a waltz echoed in the recesses of my mind, a gentle reminder of time's enigmatic dance. Some enigmas, I realized, are best left veiled in the gentle mists of uncertainty, suspended between the realms of what was and what could have been. The pearl-clad woman had imparted her enigma to me, a tale etched in the sepia tones of memory, awaiting its moment of revelation. And so, like a photograph that springs to life when the beholder is ready to perceive its secrets, she faded back into the twilight of remembrance, a silent guardian of untold stories. Story 32, on a night illuminated by the soft glow of the moon deep within the heart of the woods, I chanced upon a forgotten campsite where nature had begun to reclaim its territory. The towering pines swayed in a mesmerizing dance, their rustling needles echoing like hushed whispers sharing tales lost to time. The air was crisp, carrying the fragrant essence of cedar and damp earth, hinting at the presence of hidden secrets waiting to be unveiled. Approaching the clearing, my footsteps were hushed by a carpet of fallen pine needles, revealing the remnants of a gathering spot. Weathered logs encircled an ancient fire pit, now adorned with delicate mushrooms emitting a faint, ethereal glow under the moon's gentle caress. Their luminescence pulsed softly, as if breathing in harmony with the night. At the edge of the clearing stood the remains of an old cabin, its weathered wooden walls bathed in the silver light of countless moons. Moonbeams filtered through the roof's apertures, casting ever-shifting patterns on the floor that seemed to morph when glanced upon indirectly. The slightly ajar door swayed with the nocturnal breeze, creating a rhythmic creak that melded with the whispers of the pines. Inside the cabin, time had woven its intricate tapestry. Dust motes pirouetted in the moon's beams, while the wooden planks beneath my feet groaned softly with each reverent step, as if murmuring ancient tales. A stone fireplace dominated one wall, its chimney reaching skyward like a silent sentinel. Within its cold hearth, dried leaves had gathered, forming abstract designs reminiscent of an unknown script. On a small table near the window, a weathered journal awaited my discovery. Its pages, warped by humidity, retained a fragile integrity. The touch of the leather cover was unexpectedly warm against the cool night air. Opening it gently, the spine whispered with a delicate crackle, revealing elegant script recounting enigmatic lights flickering amidst the trees and melodies carried by the wind, elusive to memory once heard. Nightly, the journal chronicled, the pines would engage in whispered dialogues as twilight descended. They spoke of transient travelers, of shifts within the forest, and of entities moving within the interstices of shadows. The author described how the mushrooms within the fire pit would luminesce more brightly on certain evenings, their radiance pulsating in tandem with distant melodies hovering at the edge of perception. Immersed in the journal's words, I sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere. The moonlight assumed a silvery hue, the shadows deepened, and the pine whispers grew more discernible, though their meanings remained veiled. I swayed involuntarily, as if swayed by an unseen current, my breath synchronizing with an unseen rhythm in the air. The journal alluded to a peculiar phenomenon. On nights of the fullest moon, like the present one, the old fire pit would occasionally mirror the heavens above, transforming into a liquid shadow despite its arid state. Compelled to verify this curious claim, I ventured outside, the journal clasped tenderly in my hands. The clearing appeared altered, though the nature of the change eluded my grasp. The log circles seemed to trace patterns unnoticed before, and the mushroom's glow intensified imperceptibly. Drawing near the fire pit, I beheld the veracity of the journal's account. The ancient ashes shimmered, reflecting the celestial bodies with uncanny clarity. Yet within that reflection, a presence beckoned me closer. Among the mirrored stars, I discerned lights divergent from the firmament above. They pirouetted with elegant grace, akin to fireflies choreographing to a silent melody. The longer I gazed, the more I felt on the verge of deciphering the pine whispers, of comprehending the essence behind their age-old colloquies. Seating myself upon a log, the journal resting open in my lap, I commenced transcribing my own observations. The night deepened, time flowed like a tranquil river. The boundary between observer and observed blurred, uncertain. Was I beholding the lights within the fire pit, or were they observing me? Were the pines divulging their enigmas, or permitting me a fleeting glimpse into their eternal dialogue? As dawn approached, veiling the trees in a diaphanous mist akin to silk cascading over boughs, I inscribed a final entry in the journal. I chronicled how the mushroom's radiance waned imperceptibly, how the whispers metamorphosed into the ordinary sounds of daybreak, and how the fire pit's mirrored surface reverted to mere ashes with the break of daylight. Placing the journal reverently on the table within the cabin, I acknowledged that despite my meticulous notes, the full extent of my experience would forever elude me. The pines persisted in their murmurs, but now they spoke of commonplace occurrences of wind and weather, light and shadow. Yet occasionally, when I shut my eyes, I discerned the cadence of that night, felt the gentle allure of mysteries content to linger half-revealed and never wholly fathomed. Story 33. On a typical American evening, a sudden downpour sent me seeking shelter under an awning, escaping the cascade of raindrops. The air was cool and damp, carrying the scent of fresh rain and distant thunder. Amidst the storm's symphony, a soft, urgent whisper reached my ears, hinting at hidden secrets waiting to be unveiled. Mesmerized by the rhythmic drumming of raindrops on the canvas above, I heard the whisper again, this time clearer, as if someone stood just behind me. Turning, I found only the encroaching darkness of dusk and empty space. Street lamps flickered to life, casting gentle halos in the misty air, beckoning me forward into a narrow alley nestled between weathered brick buildings. Normally, I would have dismissed such a pull, but this evening was different. The voice, reminiscent of my grandmother's bedtime stories, urged me onward with a gentle insistence, devoid of malice. Stepping cautiously into the alley, the rain softened to a mist, and the warm brick walls seemed to radiate the essence of sun-soaked summers long past. My footfalls echoed softly in the puddles, creating mesmerizing patterns of light in the shallow waters. The alley opened into a secluded courtyard, shielded from the outside world by ancient structures. At its heart stood a weathered fountain, its stone worn smooth by time. Water cascaded from its spout, blending with the rain in a soothing melody. The whisper, now seemingly emanating from the fountain itself, grew more distinct as I drew nearer. Clusters of small blue flowers encircled the base, their petals emitting an ethereal light that pulsed in harmony with the falling water. These flowers, both ancient and freshly bloomed, seemed to exist beyond the confines of time. Kneeling beside the fountain, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over me. Faint markings adorned the stone, shifting and changing beneath my touch, resembling words written in water. The whisper evolved into coherent words, speaking of memories, promises, and cyclical time spirals mirrored by the fountain's flow. It narrated tales of past visitors drawn to this mystical place by the same gentle call on rainy nights across centuries. Within the fountain's reflection, glimpses of bygone eras and lives materialized, rippling and fading like fleeting dreams upon waking. The blue flowers continued their enchanting pulse, casting dancing shadows on the courtyard walls. Time moved differently in this hidden sanctuary, flowing like thick honey, sweet and unhurried. Embracing the whispers as a comforting lullaby, I felt no urge to depart, untroubled by the encroaching darkness. When I eventually rose to leave, a lone blue flower detached itself, floating into my hand. Though its glow had dimmed to match reality, its beauty remained intact. As I retraced my steps through the alley, the whispers waned, yet their warmth lingered like a tender embrace. Emerging onto the street, the rain had ceased, but the air retained a lingering heaviness. The familiar glow of street lamps bathed the wet pavement, signaling the return to ordinary life's cadence. Nevertheless, I knew I had been transformed by the mysterious allure of that hidden courtyard. On rainy evenings thereafter, faint echoes of those whispers carried on the wind would reach my ears. The blue flower rested on my windowsill, seemingly ordinary to the casual observer. Yet in the deep stillness of night, it pulsated with a soft light, a reminder of promises whispered in the rain, of enigmas existing just beyond our grasp, patiently waiting to be unearthed by those attuned to the storm's whispers. Story 34. In the depths of time-stained boxes in the attic, a hidden canvas emerged from behind an old trunk. An incomplete painting revealed a figure in the midst of a mysterious transformation, a dance of light and shadow that stirred a sense of uncanny recognition within me. The air was thick with the scent of aged paper and memories long past, enveloping me as I delved into the intricate brushstrokes before me. Seated upon a weathered wooden chair, I watched as dust particles pirouetted in the faint beam of light that filtered through the attic window. The portrait exuded a subtle luminescence, its edges blending into the raw canvas like whispers fading into the night. The face on the canvas wavered between existence and etherealness, some features sharp and defined, others obscured as if the artist's hand had been halted in mid-motion. The gentle creaks of the house's ancient structure provided a soothing rhythm as I immersed myself in contemplation. My fingertips traced the worn frame, each groove a silent testament to years gone by. The eyes of the portrait held me captive, their intricate detail drawing me into a world beyond the confines of the attic. As evening descended, a golden light bathed the space, casting elongated shadows across the wooden floor. The temperature dipped, carrying with it the crisp promise of autumn through a crack in the window. Softly I began to speak to the portrait, as though confiding in a long-lost companion, sharing fragments of my thoughts and memories. In the gathering darkness, a peculiar phenomenon unfolded before my eyes. Certain brushstrokes seemed to shift and sway with the changing angles of light, creating a mesmerizing illusion in the twilight. Unfinished strokes hinted at myriad possibilities, a fleeting smile here, a touch of sorrow there, all merging in a delicate dance of ambiguity. Time in the attic flowed like a languid river, hours slipping by unnoticed as I pored over the portrait's intricacies. Behind the canvas, a faded inscription caught my eye. "Remember, the light changes everything." The words, penned in a dreamlike script, forged an invisible thread between myself and the elusive artist, binding us in a shared moment of revelation. I gathered old journals and photographs from around the house, laying them out around the portrait in a silent attempt to unravel its enigma. Each item hinted at the identity of the figure, yet none offered a definitive answer. The house whispered its secrets in ancient timbers, a language of mysteries that eluded my grasp. On sleepless nights, I ascended the narrow stairs to commune with the portrait under the watchful gaze of the moon. Its silvery rays bathed the canvas in a ghostly glow, and in those quiet interludes, I fancied I heard faint whispers emanating from the unfinished spaces, a melodic melody of half-remembered dreams. Gradually, my perception of the portrait began to shift. Unclear features coalesced in my mind, taking on form and substance beyond the confines of the canvas. The eyes, ever watchful, mirrored my own emotions, guiding me through a labyrinth of memories and reflections. The portrait evolved into a mirror of my innermost self, a reflection of emotions long buried in dreams left unspoken. I shared my stories with it, weaving a tapestry of whispered confidences that mingled with the echoes of the house. Its unfinished nature offered a canvas for endless possibilities, a realm where imagination could roam free. As the seasons danced outside the attic window, a realization dawned upon me. The portrait's incompleteness was not a flaw, but a deliberate choice, a perpetual state of becoming that defied finality. With each passing day, it shifted and transformed, mirroring the ever-changing hues of light and shadow. I did not seek to unravel the mystery of the portrait's origin. Instead, I embraced my role as its custodian, preserving the delicate balance between revelation and obscurity. The attic became a sanctuary where time flowed like a gentle stream, blurring the boundaries between observer and observed. Years drifted by, yet I still ascended the stairs to sit in quiet communion with the portrait. Sometimes I brought a notebook to capture the play of light across the canvas, the shifting contours of its unfinished form. But mostly I sat in reverent silence, enveloped by the presence of this enigmatic artwork that had woven itself into the fabric of my existence. The portrait remained forever incomplete, a testament to the beauty of imperfection. In its unfinished state lay a profound sense of wholeness, a canvas that continued to unfurl new truths with each passing moment. The mystery, I realized, was not meant to be unraveled, but embraced a silent journey through the hushed light of the attic, one tranquil moment at a time. Story 35. Amid a solitary stroll near the edge of a dense forest, a faint, almost imperceptible howl startled me, its echo weaving through the lofty tree canopy. The air bore the crisp fragrance of pine and damp earth, a tantalizing blend that lingered around me. Gazing into the shadowed woods, the eerie sound beckoned me deeper, enticing me to uncover the enigmatic secrets veiled by the light. Sunlight filtered through the leafy ceiling above, casting a mesmerizing pattern of dappled shadows that danced upon the forest floor with each step I took. The satisfying crunch of leaves and twigs underfoot serenaded my progress into the heart of the woods. The atmosphere thickened, laden with the earthy scents of moss and decay, paradoxically refreshing in its rawness. Drawn onward by an inexplicable force, curiosity eclipsed any hint of apprehension within me. Venturing further, the familiar sounds of the outside world gradually faded into silence. The gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze intensified, orchestrating a hushed symphony that enveloped me. Occasionally, fleeting movements caught my peripheral vision, vanishing upon closer inspection, leaving behind only swaying branches and elusive shadows. The howl returned, a mere whisper that could have been my mind's creation, now carrying a melodic undertone woven into the wind. The forest fell into a profound quietude, as if holding its breath. The birds ceased their melodies, and even the insects hushed their whispers. In that stillness, a subtle energy pulsed through the air, causing a tingling sensation to ripple through my skin. A clearing emerged, encircled by trees that formed a perfect ring around a tranquil pond. The water's surface resembled black glass, mirroring the overcast sky above without a single ripple to disturb its placid reflection. Drawing nearer, I noticed a peculiarity in my mirrored image. It lagged slightly behind my movements, as if struggling to keep pace with reality. The chill in the air deepened, prompting me to wrap my jacket tighter around myself. Mist began to unfurl from the ground in delicate wisps, cool and velvety against my skin, akin to silk caressing my ankles. The mist possessed an ethereal luminescence, emitting a soft, pulsating glow that mirrored the forest's rhythmic breath. Standing at the water's edge, I discerned shapes stirring within the mist, ephemeral forms that dissolved upon direct gaze. Resembling deer, yet more otherworldly, their fluid motions defied natural explanation. The howl returned, closer this time, its ghostly timbre enveloping my senses from all directions, emanating from the very essence of the forest itself. Swaying gently, I found myself entranced, the boundary between reality and the unknown growing increasingly translucent. The trees seemed to lean inward, their branches extending towards the clearing like inquisitive spectators. Within their gnarled silhouettes, ancient and knowing faces materialized, observing my presence with a timeless patience. Time lost its grip as the forest held me in its embrace. Though the light remained unchanged, I sensed the passage of hours slipping by unnoticed. The mist thickened, enveloping the clearing in a swirling sea of white. The howl resounded once more, transforming into a haunting melody that whispered of ancient secrets buried deep within the earth, of enigmas predating human existence in these woods. Suspended between wakefulness and reverie, a presence materialized behind me, carrying the fragrance of wildflowers and morning frost on its breath. Every instinct urged me to turn and confront the unseen, yet my body remained rooted in place. Fear, or perhaps a deeper understanding, tethered me to the spot, acknowledging the sanctity of certain mysteries left unexplored. The presence drew nearer, enveloping me in a profound tranquility. The forest exhaled, its ancient murmurs reverberating in forgotten tongues. In that fleeting moment, I comprehended the rarity and value of this encounter, a glimpse into a realm where the veil between comprehension and ambiguity wore thin. Without turning, I closed my eyes and surrendered to the forest's melodic embrace. Upon reopening them, the mist had retreated, leaving the clearing in its ordinary guise. Yet as I retraced my steps through the woods, a profound certainty lingered within me, a conviction that I had touched upon something extraordinary, forever altering my perception of the world. Even now, on tranquil nights when the wind whispers through the trees, a distant, silent howl occasionally reaches my ears. It beckons like a half-remembered dream, a reminder of the realms where mystery and wonder reign supreme, patiently awaiting those who dare to heed their ethereal song. Story 36. Enticed by an unexplainable pull to unravel the mysteries of the unknown, I ventured into an aged theater on the outskirts of town, its former grandeur now lost in the embrace of decay. The ornate balconies and velvet seats whispered tales of eras long gone, echoing with the fading applause and drama that once filled the air. Stepping onto the creaking stage, a soft, echoing voice caressed my senses, weaving lines infused with sorrow and yearning. The sound lingered, bouncing off the weathered walls, blending with the musty aroma of neglected dreams and aged curtains, leaving me to ponder if the theater was truly vacant. A gentle autumn breeze whispered through unseen crevices, orchestrating a subtle symphony of rustling papers and faint whispers that drifted in the air. Each step I took on the wooden stage evoked a gentle sigh from the boards beneath, as if they too harbored untold stories. The atmosphere carried a peculiar weight, akin to walking through layers of memories suspended in time. Above me, the grand chandelier hung silently, its crystals coated in dust, yet occasionally catching glimmers of light that filtered through the tall windows, casting delicate patterns that danced along the walls. My curiosity led me to the wing of the stage, where forgotten props lay veiled in sheets resembling gentle waves under the dim light. The voice, now a mere whisper, seemed to emanate from this direction. Among the forsaken set pieces, I stumbled upon an ancient dressing room mirror, its surface clouded with age, yet exuding an otherworldly gleam. As I drew nearer, the air around me cooled, a subtle shift that felt oddly comforting. The mirror seemed to pulse with a mysterious energy, its reflection revealing movements not of my own, as if shadows of performers from a bygone era were still perfecting their art. The voice, now clearer, carried a melodic quality, a womaness voice perhaps, reciting lines from what appeared to be a tragic love story. Her words wrapped me in a soothing yet melancholic embrace. Time itself seemed to warp within this space, minutes stretching into hours as I delved deeper, uncovering crumbling playbills at my touch and costume pieces that retained a hint of long-forgotten perfume. The voice continued its gentle monologue, guiding me through the forgotten nooks of the theater. In the orchestra pit, ancient sheet music lay scattered across music stands, the notes faded but lingering as if waiting for musicians to breathe life into them once more. As evening approached, the shifting light through the windows painted elongated shadows that moved with purpose across the seats. The voice, though soft, grew more distinct, a constant companion in the fading daylight. Seated in a well-preserved velvet chair, I watched as dust particles danced in the waning sunlight, the theater seeming to inhale and exhale, as if it too were alive with the weight of countless narratives. In that moment of tranquility, I realized the voice spoke not to an individual but to the essence of the theater itself, recounting fragments of performances past, of standing ovations and tearful farewells, of debuts and final curtain calls. Its rhythmic cadence intertwined these memories into a delicate tapestry of nostalgia, enveloping me in a cocoon of reminiscence. As night descended, a new dimension unfolded within the voice, resonating from all directions, filling the space with a warm vibration that seemed to animate the very air. Though the words grew clearer, their true meaning remained just beyond reach, like grasping at a fading dream upon waking. The chandelier above now captured the moonlight, casting ethereal rainbow reflections that danced across the ceiling like a celestial ballet. Drifting on the threshold between consciousness and slumber, the voice became a gentle lullaby, blurring the lines between reality and reverie. In this twilight state, I glimpsed phantom silhouettes of an unseen audience, their presence hinted at by the interplay of moonlight and shadow. They sat in silent reverence, captivated by the voice as much as I was. With the deepening night came a profound serenity, the voice ebbing away like a receding tide, leaving behind a sense of gratitude, as if my mere presence had acknowledged and validated the stories held within these walls. The theater settled, its time-worn structure creaking and sighing like an old friend preparing for slumber. When I finally rose to depart, the voice had faded into a mere memory, an echo lingering in the recesses of my mind. Yet the theater felt transformed, a living entity despite its abandonment. Each step towards the exit, accompanied by the protest of aged floorboards, reinforced the notion that certain places never truly empty themselves. They patiently hold their stories until a willing listener arrives. Even now, months later, I am drawn back to that theater in the delicate hours between dusk and dawn. The voice persists, sometimes a mere whisper, a gentle nudge reminding me that behind every curtain and beneath every layer of dust lies a story awaiting a listener. The theater endures as a sanctuary where the boundaries of time blur and memories swirl like dust motes in the moonlit air, forever preserved in the soft echoes of that mysterious voice. Story 37. Late one night, cruising down a deserted stretch of road, my eyes caught sight of an ancient radio tower outlined against the moon's silver glow. As I drove past, the car's radio crackled with static, a persistent interruption broken by a faint, rhythmic signal vibrating with a concealed significance. The night air, cool and heavy with the scent of metal and distant storms, whispered tales of secrets whispered by the tower from a forgotten era. Intrigued by an inexplicable pull, I steered my vehicle to the roadside. The engine's gentle hum dwindled to silence as I twisted the key, leaving behind only the gentle rustle of grass in the wind and the rhythmic crackle of static emanating from the radio. The signal, now clearer, emitted a pattern of prolonged and short bursts reminiscent of Morse code but somehow different, mysterious. The tower loomed like a guardian against the deep indigo sky, its warning lights extinguished long ago. Rust had etched intricate designs into its metal surface, almost as if intentionally crafted. Watching as clouds lazily drifted across the moon, casting ever-shifting shadows that gave the structure an illusion of swaying. The rhythm of the signal began to stir a sense of familiarity within me, akin to a half-recalled lullaby from childhood. Closing my eyes, I surrendered to the sound, attempting to trace its origins from my distant memories. The static ebbed and flowed like gentle waves, carrying whispers of almost understandable words, teasing the edge of comprehension. A sudden urge to document the enigmatic broadcast prompted me to reach for my phone, only to find it unresponsive, the screen blank despite being charged. The air thickened with anticipation, as if the very atmosphere held its breath, while a light mist coalesced around the tower's base like a soft veil. Enthralled by the signal's cadence, memories not entirely mine surfaced, depicting individuals toiling in a control room, urgency etched on their faces as they discussed something of great importance, something worth safeguarding. The vision so vivid, I could almost smell the coffee on their desks and hear the whir of magnetic tape reels. The mist thickened, shrouding the tower in an ethereal cloak, the signal's pattern subtly shifting, revealing morsels of its message to me. Numbers, dates, scientific data, and coordinates flickered through my mind, disclosing a cryptic discovery these individuals had encoded into the eternal broadcast in hopes of eventual understanding. Time seemed to waver as I lingered, enveloped in the cocoon of mist and sound. The temperature dropped slightly, prompting me to draw my jacket tighter, yet I couldn't tear myself away. Each crackle of static felt like a fragment of an immense puzzle, awaiting someone to piece it together after decades of obscurity. A soft glow emanated from the tower's base, syncing perfectly with the radio signal, casting a warm, amber light that pirouetted through the mist. The mesmerizing effect, weaving patterns mirroring my breath's rhythm, weighed down my eyelids. The signal's metamorphosis into a more melodic tone, akin to a lullaby, revealed the deliberate transmission of the memories I had encountered, forever preserved in this endless loop of static and silence. With the approach of dawn, the mist began to dissipate and the signal faded gradually. The tower stood silent once more, its enigmas entwined in layers of rust and time. Suddenly my phone sprang to life, displaying numerous missed calls from concerned kin. The sun's first light painted the sky in gentle hues, casting the night's events into the realm of dreams. I embarked on the empty highway, yet something had shifted. The signal's rhythm lingered within me, humming beneath the surface of my thoughts. I knew I would revisit this place, intent on unraveling more of its enigma. Certain frequencies, once attuned to, never truly depart but become part of our inner broadcast, a clandestine wavelength linking us to something grander than ourselves. Even now, on tranquil nights with the wind's whisper just right, fragments of that signal occasionally filter through the static among radio stations. It serves as a reminder that mysteries still abound, concealed in plain view, awaiting a soul to pause and listen. The tower stands as a monument to those who preceded us, their message encrypted in ceaseless waves of static, patiently awaiting the right decipherer to unveil its significance. Story 38. In the hazy twilight of a city evening, my wandering steps led me to a revelation painted in a mysterious rhyme upon a weathered brick wall. The verses, though worn by time, sang a melody that seemed to echo through the cool air scented with rain. It felt as though the very essence of the city whispered an ancient secret, a tale meant only for those willing to listen with more than just their ears. Approaching the wall, my fingers traced the grooves of the aged brick, and I sensed a subtle pulse beneath the surface of the words. The ink, suspended between freshness and fading, held a presence that transcended mere memory. A gentle breeze weaved through the narrow street, carrying with it the soft rustle of fallen leaves and the faint echoes of life's passing moments. As I scrutinized the rhyme, a peculiar pattern emerged. Each line bore a distinct handwriting, as if penned by multiple souls over time. Elegant cursive intertwined with precise block letters, creating a harmony that unsettled yet captivated. The flickering street lamps cast warm shadows that danced upon the wall, illuminating the convergence of disparate styles into a singular enigmatic message. As night descended, I sought to illuminate the words with my phone, only to witness a mesmerizing phenomenon. The letters shifted and rearranged under the artificial light, defying their static nature. Doubt flickered briefly in my mind, but as darkness enveloped me, I committed the verses to memory, their significance embedding itself effortlessly within my thoughts. The rhyme spoke of shadows as companions, memories dwelling within the gaps between seconds, and a music known solely to the silent walls. Night after night, I found myself drawn back to that enigmatic wall, the verses lingering in my dreams and waking hours alike. Other passers-by, like shadows themselves, paused to feel the brick's texture, as if attuning to a melody beyond my grasp. Weeks passed, and I uncovered similar rhymes adorning various city walls, each verse seamlessly merging with the last to form an endless urban poem. The consistent blend of handwriting styles hinted at a shared authorship, a collective effort to weave a cryptic tapestry across the cityscape. Documenting each discovery only yielded blurred images, as if the words resisted capture, evading the confines of mere photographs. Delving deeper into this mystery, my senses heightened, attuned to the subtle rhythms woven into the city's fabric. Traffic hums transformed into distant harmonies, raindrops orchestrated a symphony of coded messages, and the urban landscape pulsed with an ancient heartbeat that resonated within me. On silent nights, I stood before the original wall, where the rhyme's inception beckoned with an ethereal allure. Others joined me, drawn by a shared curiosity that transcended spoken words. Their silent contemplation mirrored my own, reflecting a shared wonder at the enigma that surrounded us. The rhyme painted a portrait of a bygone era when cities breathed with life, walls retained memories, and streets sang with the footfalls of countless souls. It whispered of a hidden realm intertwined with our reality, visible only to those who paused to listen and truly see. Some nights a soft hum seemed to emanate from the very bricks, a lullaby of urban echoes and forgotten dreams that wove a tapestry of tranquility amidst the city's chaos. With each passing season, the words adapted, shimmering in summer's heat, flowing with autumn rains and crystallizing under winter's frost, a testament to the cyclical nature of existence. To this day I revisit the wall, the rhyme etched into my soul, its verses evolving subtly with each passing moment. The enigmatic handwriting, a collective effort of unseen authors, continues to grow, expanding the boundaries of a shared consciousness that transcends individual understanding. The impact of the rhyme varies, leaving some with serene smiles and others with a lingering contemplation that spans days. A silent agreement binds us, drawing us back time and again, each visit an exploration of the undiscovered depths hidden within those weathered words. The mystery remains unsolved, a reminder that amidst a world dissected by technology and science, some enigmas persist in the shadows between streetlights, in the whispers of ancient brick and mortar, in the enduring power of words that defy complete comprehension. As night descends and the city's pulse slows to a nocturnal rhythm, I ponder the unknown authors whose hands brushed those walls, wondering if they still roam the streets, adding to the ever-growing poem that unites us all. Perhaps we have crossed paths, linked by an invisible thread of shared understanding, participants in a story that eternally inscribes itself upon the margins of our urban existence.